Today we are going to talk about literary criticism in our marathon revision. So, dear friends, I hope you have been following our marathon revision in the previous days, and I hope you have benefited from it. This marathon revision is like a crash course. Today we have a special guest with us. Is our special guest here? No, I guess. So, doesn't matter. Let us move on to literary criticism, and in between we'll take a break and talk to our guest. Okay, Ankita, we have literary criticism here with us, and we start from Plato and Aristotle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Would you like to start?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hi. Okay. So let's start. So tell me, who talked about tragedy as an act of imitation? Who talked about tragedy as an act of imitation? Aristotle talked about it in his Poetics. In his Poetics. Okay. Who wrote Republic? Who wrote Republic? Republic is by Plato. Plato. And Plato said that dash should be banished from the Republic. Who should be banished from the Republic? Poets. Poets should be banished from the Republic. Okay. Tell me, Western critical tradition very prominently began with which work? Western critical tradition very prominently began with which work? It began with the play The Frogs by Aristophanes. It was one of the first works, yes, which started this critical tradition in the West. Okay. Tell me, what does the name Plato mean? What does the name Plato mean? It means broad-shouldered. Broad-shouldered. Okay, right. Next, tell me, Symposium is a work by, is it by Plato or Aristotle? Symposium. Right. Symposium is by Plato. Plato. Right. Next, tell me, who talked about the idea of vegetative soul? Who talked about the idea of the vegetative soul of man? It was Aristotle. Aristotle talked about it. Okay? Right. In which work do we find the reference to rings of inspiration? In which work of Plato do we find the reference of rings of inspiration? In Ion, I-O-N, Ion.
All right. Can I ask now?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know who wrote Physics, Organon? Physics, Organon? It is Aristotle. It is Aristotle. Let me ask you a statement type question. Aristotle's Poetics has touched upon all aspects of tragedy. True or false? It is false because Aristotle's Poetics has been criticized for not touching upon all aspects of poetry, whereas Bharata's Nadya Shastra talks about the actor, for example, that is not there in Aristotle's Poetics, right? He does not elaborate comedy and epic also, and he has written in a very concentrated style because Aristotle's Poetics is more like a lecture notes, more like lecture notes. Very good. So we all know that S.H. Butcher translated what? S.H. Butcher translated Poetics, isn't it? Do you know when he translated Poetics? When did S.H. Butcher's translation come? Not 17th century. It is end of 19th century. End of 19th century, 1895. So I will tell you one trick. When you get an information, you should start thinking like this. Oh, S.H. Butcher translated, Ingram Bywater translated. When did they translate? Immediately that curiosity should come. Only then it will really help you to understand in a very comprehensive manner. Okay? Right. Now, Ankita, with your permission and everybody's permission, before we move on, I want to congratulate our guest, Baby Patel, who has secured 20th rank in Chhattisgarh SET exam. Are you there, Baby?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Right. Would you like to speak to us for 2 minutes? Not too long, just very quickly.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am, and everyone. Uh, I feel very truly honored and blessed by the Kalyani, ma'am. And I would like to pay my gratitude, heartfelt gratitude to Kalyani, ma'am, for the guiding me in a such way that I could get my result. And I remember that time I was studying in the Unacademy. Ma'am was called as a guest lecturer there, and I succeed my net, cracked my net in a second chance. And it is only because of the way of teaching my Kalyani ma'am. She has a very sound and profound knowledge of the literature. And she puts all her the effort in a book encyclopedia. All we know, and the encyclopedia helps us to clarify its concept is very crystal clear and the language is lucid manner. So I can get the every concept, either it is a socio-political background or the cultural background with the literary periods with the authors and all their writings. It is very crystal clear way. So I love one of the most lover of the encyclopedia, you can see. And now, recently, the Chhattisgarh has conducted the SET exam, and I could secure the 20th rank because of the Kalyani ma'am. And so, the Kalyani ma'am, you are the great teacher, and always I like the your teaching of the funny and the interesting way, basically. And I remembered you taught me the concept by Jacques Derrida, the deconstruction. You taught when I asked ma'am, please clear it. Then the Draupadi's Akshar Patram, you know, it is the infinitive and ending process. And the every text and every words convey the ever-ending message like that. And I also remembered, ma'am, objective correlative. You gave the example of a school day, and you taught it with the umbrella. You don't want to go to school, and you are correlate your anger with that umbrella in the throw. Just so objective correlate by the Hamlet. Just to be T.S. Eliot propound it. So I like your method, ma'am, very much, and it's make my journey of literature very easy, and I can get all things. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you everyone for listening me.
Thank you, baby. We are so proud of you. Congratulations. One important
Thank
thing
you,
baby
ma'am.
forgot that everybody should remember. Kalyani ma'am or Ankita or Setu or Aksa, whoever.
Other Hina, ma'am, yeah, ma'am,
No, no,
everyone
that's
you
not
said.
what I meant. All these people who taught you are only 10%. There is one person who did more work and did more amazing work, and that is Baby Patel.
Thank you, ma'am. And I wish nowadays I'm preparing for the assistant professor, waiting for the recruitment over here at Chhattisgarh, and I wish the same result for the Chhattisgarh assistant professor
Wonderful,
exam.
wonderful. Starting from Hina, Ankita, Aksa, Setu, Jobin, everybody is super proud that all of you are working hard. We are always saying this. We are so happy that you are achieving this one by one. Though all the people who are listening to us on Zoom and YouTube, you're all going to achieve like this. Proud of you. Congratulations. Thank you,
Thank you,
baby.
ma'am. Thank you, lots. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ankita, that was such a boost. I'm sure everybody is encouraged.
Yes.
All of you who are listening to us, one by one, you should come and join us on Zoom, like on YouTube Live, like this, right?
Yes.
Okay. We just talked about S.H. Butcher, and I said S.H. Butcher translated poetics at the end of 19th century. Ingram Bywater translated at the beginning of the 20th century. All right. Who is Giorgio Valla? That was a PYQ. Who is Giorgio Valla? Giorgiovalla. He translated poetics in Italian. Right. He translated it in Italian. Let me give you a statement. Aristotle claimed that art purged negative emotions in a harmless way. Is it true? Did he say harmless? Yes, in a harmless and healthy way. It adds to our health because it is not hurting us, whereas Plato believed that this stirring up of emotions is actually hurting us. He was scared that it will lead to mental troubles. Ankita, we don't have a lot of time for all this, so I think we should move a little faster. One
Yes.
more last question about Aristotle, and then I'll ask Ankita to continue for a little while. Did Aristotle praise episodic plot? Did Aristotle praise episodic plot? No, Aristotle did not praise episodic plot. Episodic plot, according to him, is bad. So, Ankita,
Hmm.
your questions for some time.
Yes. Tell me, according to Longinus, what are the sources of sublime in writing? Or what are the sources of sublime according to Longinus? 5 sources. And what are those? Grandeur of thought, strong emotion, figures of speech, diction, and word arrangement or composition. These are the 5 sources of sublime according to Longinus. Okay, next tell me, who is associated with the phrase purple patch? Purple patch. It is Horace. Horace. Okay. Who opened or who established the school of Lyceum? Who established the school of Lyceum? Aristotle. Aristotle. Very good. Okay. Tell me, who said or who talked about catharsis? Aristotle. Ars Poetica. What does this title mean? What is the meaning of the title Ars Poetica? It means art of poetry. Art of poetry. Okay. Who is the famous orator of Rome? Famous orator from Rome? Quintilian. Quintilian. And he wrote Institutio Oratorio. He wrote Institutio Oratorio. That's a very famous work by Quintilian. Okay. What is the Greek title of On the Sublime? What is the Greek title of On the Sublime? It is Perihapsus. Perihapsus. Okay, right.
Very good. Should I now? Okay. What is schemata in On the Sublime? Schemata, it is one of the sources of sublimity. What is that? It is the appropriate use of figures of speech. What are the 5 sources of the sublime? Grandeur of thought, vehement passion, then appropriate use of figures of speech or schemata, noble language and diction. What is that called? Phrases, and right, dignified composition. Dignified composition. Very good. Now tell me, who wrote a book about the art of singing in poetry? The art of elevation in poetry is perihapsis, sublimity. The art of singing in poetry. It is indeed Alexander Pope. Right. Who said poetry is the mother of lies? It was Plato, right? It was Plato who said poetry is the mother of lies. Okay. Did Sidney agree with Plato that poetry is the mother of lies? No. Sidney famously said, poetry nothing affirmeth and therefore never lieth. Poet nothing affirmeth, therefore never lieth. The poet is never affirming anything, so he never lies. That is right. It was Arnold who talked about spodiatus. Spodiatus, that is a Greek word. It is a term that he took from Aristotle. What is spodiatus? It is high seriousness. High seriousness. Somebody said that Plato regarded poet as a light and winged and holy thing, and Plato was himself a born poet. Plato was not against poetry. He was against the misuse of poetry. Who said all this? Sidney, correct. Sidney said all this. Sidney said that Plato was not against poetry. He respected poets and he was himself a born poet. What was Sidney doing? Sidney was trying to justify poetry against the detractors of poetry, the Puritans like Stephen Gosson. Okay, Ankita? Any more questions on Sidney?
Okay, I was planning to ask you a different thing on various tracts which attacked rhyme. So, who wrote Observations on the Art of English Poesy Attacking Rhyme? Who wrote Observations on the Art of English Poesy Attacking Rhyme? It is by Thomas Campion. Thomas Campion. And who had replied to it, writing a defense of rhyme? It is by Samuel Daniel. Samuel Daniel. Which two people had responded to Stephen Gosson's The School of Abuse? Which two writers had responded to Stephen Gosson's The School of Abuse? Sir Philip Sidney and Thomas Lodge. Sir Philip Sidney and Thomas Lodge. Yes.
Right. Who wrote Conversations with Drummond? Do you know who wrote Conversations with Drummond? It is indeed Ben Jonson. You know, guys, Ben Jonson attacked Shakespeare like anything, but they were thick friends also. Ben Jonson said Shakespeare wanted art. He had small Latin and less Greek. And he also praised Shakespeare. Shakespeare was not of an age, but for all time, he said. But Ben Jonson thought that Shakespeare wrote too many lines. He said, would he had blotted out 1,000? That means Shakespeare's at least 1,000 lines should be blotted out. That is what Ben Jonson thought. All right. Who were the Tudor trio? Who were the Tudor trio? John Check, Thomas Wilson, and Roger Ascham. Roger Ascham is a man who wrote about archery. What is the book that he wrote about archery? Toxophilus. Why archery? Because archery is the pastime of a gentleman, right? And what is the book that Roger Ascham wrote about the education of a gentleman? It is indeed The Schoolmaster. The Schoolmaster. Tell me, in Novum Organum, Francis Bacon developed an idea, and that idea is that man has already lost his position in the universe. But by studying the sciences, Francis Bacon was a member of the scientific revolution. By studying the sciences, man can once again become the central creation in the universe. What is that idea called? Instauratio Magna, or Instauratio Magna, or the Great Instauration. Francis Bacon also talked about the 4 idols or the mistakes made by humanity. What are the 4 idols or mistakes made by humanity? Idol of the cave, that means idols made by the individual. Idol of the tribe, that means idols or mistakes made by humanity. Idol of the marketplace, that means mistakes made in transactions. And idol of the theater, that means mistakes made by knowledge systems itself. Philosophy and knowledge systems themselves make mistakes, right? So, Ankita, I will ask my last question about Elizabethan, and over to you. Who wrote The Art of English Poesy, which is divided into 3 parts: of poets and poesy, of proportion practical, and of ornament? Three parts of art of English poesy are of poets and poesy, of proportion, poetical, of proportion, poetical, and of ornament. It is indeed George Putenham. Okay, over to you.
Okay, so we just talked about archery, right? Now tell me, who talked about fishing as a contemplative man's recreation? Who talked about fishing as a contemplative man's recreation? It is by Isaac Walton. Isaac Walton. Okay, tell me, Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan was published in which year? Leviathan was published in 1651. 1651. Who said that? I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am, by René Descartes. René Descartes. An essay concerning human understanding was published in which year? By John Locke. An essay concerning human understanding was published in 1690. 1690. Okay.
That was 100 years before the marriage of heaven and hell.
Yes.
The marriage of heaven and hell, 1790. And essay concerning human understanding is by John Locke. Inquiry concerning human understanding is by David Hume. Ankita, shall I ask a few more? Which philosopher of the 17th century? Now we are in the Enlightenment period. Okay. We are talking about the Enlightenment period of the 17th century now. Which philosopher of the Enlightenment wrote Ethics? Ethics. Do you know Somerset Maugham's Of Human Bondage has its title taken from Ethics? It is indeed Spinoza, Spinoza. Of Human Bondage title is taken from Ethics by Spinoza. Baruch Spinoza. Have you heard that name? Of course you have. In this time, who wrote Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica? Long Latin title. Mathematical Principles on Natural Philosophy. It is indeed Isaac Newton, 1687. 1687. 1687. 1678 nahi, 1687. Newton, 1687. 1687. Ulta pulta. 87, not 78. Okay. And who wrote Principia Mathematica? That is Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell. That's right. There was this French philosopher who traveled in England and he wanted to spread English empiricism across Europe. And he also championed the right to free expression. He said, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Wow, goosebumps. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. It is a man who used a pen name. His real name was Francois-Marie Arouet. It is indeed Voltaire. Voltaire championed free expression and he wrote Candide. He popularized empiricism, right? Okay. Discourse on the arts and sciences. Discourse on the origin and basis of inequality among men. Do you know who wrote it? He wrote a treatise on education. He wrote The Social Contract. Indeed, it is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. So what did I say? Jean-Jacques Rousseau wrote The Social Contract. Jean-Jacques Rousseau wrote Confessions. He wrote Emile on education. All that you know, I'm reminding you. But newly I said, he wrote Discourse on the Arts and Sciences. Did you know he was a critic by himself? He was a critic. He wrote about arts and sciences. And he was also fiercely upholding independence, freedom. So he wrote Discourse on the Origin and Basis of Inequality among Men. Where did he uphold liberty? In The Social Contract. And who led to the writing of an encyclopedia in the Enlightenment period. Encyclopedia. In French, Denis Diderot. Denis Diderot wrote the encyclopedia. He also wrote literary works, Diderot, and who's the author of The Wealth of Nations. It came in the year of American Declaration of Independence, 1776. Yes, Adam Smith. And who wrote Critique of Pure Reason, Critique of Practical Reason, Critique of Judgment? Immanuel Kant. What was the slogan of Immanuel Kant? Slogan, Sapere Aude, dare to know. Sapere Aude, or dare to know. Very good. Lastly, Ankita, the author of the Philosophy of Right, R-I-G-H-T, the Philosophy of Right, one man wrote, German philosopher, and Philosophy of Right he wrote. He also talked about dialectics. Indeed, it is Hegel. Hegel. So that was a quick roundup of the philosophers. Now, Ankita, maybe neoclassical criticism?
Yes. So tell me, which famous neoclassical critique was born in 1631? 1631. Yes, it is Dryden. Dryden. Who called Dryden the father of English criticism? The father of English criticism? Dr. Samuel Johnson. Dr. Samuel Johnson. An essay of dramatic poesy was published in which year? An essay of dramatic poesy published in 1668. 1668. Is it true that Dryden was the first self-conscious critique, first comparative critique? Yes, correct. How many speakers are there in an essay of dramatic poesy? How many speakers? 4 speakers are there. Okay, next tell me. Preface to Dash was written by Dryden. Preface to Dash. Preface to the Fables. According to Dryden, who needs to be polished before he shines? It is Chaucer. It is Chaucer. Okay. In which work Dryden advocated the use of heroic couplet in drama? In which work Dryden advocated the use of heroic couplet in drama? In Epistle Dedicatory of the Rival Ladies. In Epistle Dedicatory of the Rival Ladies. Okay? Okay.
Shall I?
Haha.
Okay. You know that Annus Mirabilis was a book by Dryden. There is a famous dedication to Annus Mirabilis, which is also a critical work. Here he showed preference to dash over heroic couplet. Can you guess? In the preface to Annus Mirabilis, he preferred dash to heroic couplet, not blank verse. He preferred heroic quatrain to heroic couplet. In other words, sometimes he wrote heroic quatrain is better. Sometimes he said heroic couplet is better. Then he wrote in blank verse later. He was an opportunist who said if Dryden changed, he changed with the nation. Indeed, it is Dr. Johnson who said that. Dr. Johnson. Right. The Grounds of Criticism in Tragedy is a critical essay by Dryden. The Grounds of Criticism in Tragedy. Do you know to which work is this prefixed? To which work is it prefixed? Grounds of Criticism in Tragedy. In this work, he was grounded in Shakespeare. That is the clue. In writing that work, he was grounded in Shakespeare. So which work? Troilus and Cressida. Shakespeare also wrote Troilus and Cressida, right? Right. Which is the famous blank verse play that he wrote? After defending heroic couplet, he went and wrote a play in blank verse. That is All for Love. All for Love. Very good. Dash had the largest and the most comprehensive soul. He was naturally learned. not through books, but by the reading of nature and all her images. He looked inward and found her there. Who said? Dryden said. About whom? Shakespeare. Neander said. Neander or Dryden said this about Shakespeare, that Shakespeare is a natural poet. That Shakespeare looked inward and found nature there. Clear? So beautiful, isn't it? Right. Of dramatic poesy, who defended French plays? Who defended French plays? It is Lycidius. Lycidius. Okay, Ankita, you might want to ask now.
Okay. So, in an essay of dramatic poesy, which character defined play as a just and lively image of human nature, representing its passions and humors and the changes of fortune? Who defined play as thus? There's Lycidius. Lycidius. Okay. Next, tell me. In Preface to the Fables, who does Chaucer is compared to? Who is Chaucer compared to? Chaucer is compared to Boccaccio. Chaucer is compared to Boccaccio.
And also Ovid.
Yes, also Ovid. About whom is Dryden saying this? That he is the father of English poetry. So I hold him in the same degree of veneration as the Grecians held Homer or the Romans Virgil. About whom did Dryden say this? He said this about Chaucer. About Chaucer. Yes.
Okay, next question I'll ask. Who is the neoclassical critic who wrote a famous essay on Paradise Lost and also listed the faults of Paradise Lost? This person also wrote the essay, The Pleasures of Imagination. It is indeed Addison. It is Joseph Addison. What did Joseph Addison define as the faculty of the soul which discerns the beauties of an author with pleasure and the imperfections with dislike? I will give you options. What did he define as the faculty of the soul which discerns the beauties of an author with pleasure and the imperfections with dislike? Is it satire? Is it taste? Is it poetry? It is taste. Addison defined taste as a faculty of the soul. It discerns the beauties of an author with pleasure. When taste means you see the beauties of an author, you look at it with pleasure. But you look at the imperfections of an author with dislike. That is called taste. One more question. Addison said, good nature is more agreeable in conversation than wit. Is it true or false? Good nature is more agreeable in conversation than wit. Yes, it is true. He said that. Very good. In which year did Preface to Shakespeare come? Preface to Shakespeare. Preface to Shakespeare, 1765. That is right, 1765. And Johnson praised Shakespeare for a just representation of general human nature. For a just representation of general human nature. Right. When did Lives of the Poets get published? Lives of the Poets, 1781. Do you remember the full title of Lives of the Poets? Lives of the most eminent English poets. How many critical prefaces were collected together as Lives of the Poets? 52 critical prefaces were collected together as Lives of the Poets. That's right. Do you know when did Johnson's life get published? Johnson's life by Boswell? 1791. Who wrote Life of Pope? It is Johnson who wrote Life of Pope. It is the longest and the best life in lives of the poets. What got published from 1750 to 52? It is the Rambler, which has a lot of essays. Rambler, it has a lot of essays. Now, where does Johnson say about the beginning of the 17th century, there appeared a race of writers that may be titled the metaphysical poets? Is it in the essay, The Metaphysical Poets? No, you have to name the essay, not the book. Life of Cowley, right? Life of Cowley. Who wrote the essay, The Metaphysical Poets? It was T.S. Eliot. It was T.S. Eliot. Where did Johnson define poetry? As the art of uniting pleasure with truth by calling imagination to the help of reason. It was in Life of Milton. It was in Life of Milton that he said it. Okay, Life of Milton. Ankita?
So we talked about Addison and his ideas on taste. Tell me, who wrote Distinction, a social critique of the judgment of taste? Distinction, a social critique of the judgment of taste. It is by Pierre Bourdieu. Pierre Bourdieu. Which works influenced Pope's An Essay on Criticism that was published in 1711? Which works influenced Pope's An Essay on Criticism that was published in 1711? Yes. Horace's Ars Poetica, Boileau's L'Art Poetique, and Vidaz's De Arte Poetica. These three works had inspired Pope to write an essay on criticism. Okay.
Can you repeat it? I'm sure many didn't get it.
So three works had inspired Pope's An Essay on Criticism. First, Horace's Ars Poetica. Next, Boileau's L'Art Poetique. And third work is Vidaz's De Arte Poetica. Okay.
Vidaz, a game of chess, was also a mock epic which inspired 18th century writers. Yeah. Ankita, will you move on to romantic criticism?
Okay. Yes. Let's move on to romantic criticism.
Yeah.
Okay. First question. Okay. Tell me, who said a poem is the very image of life expressed in its eternal truth? Who said a poem is the very image of life expressed in its eternal truth? It was said by Shelley in A Defense of Poetry. It was said by Shelley in A Defense of Poetry. Okay. Okay. Next, tell me, who wrote the book, The Mirror and the Lamp, about the romantic traditions? This by M.H. Abrams. M.H. Abrams. Who wrote the Romantic Imagination? The Romantic Imagination. It is by C.M. Baura. C.M. Baura. Who wrote the book, The Romantic Image? The Romantic Image. It is by Frank Kermode. Frank Kermode wrote The Romantic Image. Yes.
Shall I ask? Okay. I will give you a quotation. Tell me where it is from. What is a poet? To whom does he address himself? And what language is to be expected from him? Where is it from? It is from Preface to the Lyrical Ballads. These are the lines that just come before these lines. He's a man speaking to men. A man, it is true, endowed with more lively sensibility, more enthusiasm and tenderness, who has a greater knowledge of human nature and a more comprehensive soul than are supposed to be common among mankind. Right? Those lines you know. So I just thought you will like to know what came before these lines. Tell me whether this is true or false. Wordsworth believed that meter is essential to poetry. True or false? False. Wordsworth believed that meter is not essential to poetry, but meter is an additional source of pleasure. Meter is an additional source of pleasure. Okay. In Preface to Lyrical Ballads, Wordsworth uses a poem, Sonnet on the Death of Richard West. He uses this poem to show that the prevalent tastes in English poetry are not good. Whose poem is this? Sonnet on the Death of Richard West. That is right. It is a poem by Thomas Gray. Thomas Gray. Okay, where does Wordsworth say that competent and reliable critics of poetry are rare? Where does Wordsworth say that competent and reliable critics of poetry are rare? It is in Essay Supplementary to the Preface. Essay Supplementary to the Preface. Wordsworth believed that dash is an active and cooperative effort of the intellect, and this alone can lead to real appreciation and enjoyment. What is it? Is it poetry, imagination, taste, or meter? Poetry, imagination, taste, or meter. Once again, listen carefully. Dash is an active and cooperative effort of the intellect, and this alone can lead to real appreciation and enjoyment. It is taste. Taste is an active and cooperative effort of the intellect, and taste alone can lead to real appreciation and enjoyment. Now you're getting it? Good. Ankita, any questions on Coleridge from you?
Okay, we talked about Gray just now. So, who famously had hailed Thomas Gray as a frail classic? Who called Thomas Gray a frail classic? It was Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold, who said, poetry is ever accompanied with pleasure. All spirits on which it falls open themselves to receive the wisdom which is mingled with its delight. It was said by Shelley very popularly in a defense of poetry. In a defense of poetry.
I have a smack of Hamlet myself, if I may say so. Who said that? I have a smack of Hamlet myself, if I may say so. That's a very famous statement by Coleridge. That is by Coleridge. Right. Now, to see, as somebody placed himself in historical context so as to see and be able to prove what of Shakespeare belonged to his age and was common to all the first-rate men. This is also an idea of Coleridge. Coleridge wanted to look at what is common to Shakespeare and ordinary men. All right. A legitimate poem is a composition in which the dash and dash bear an organic relation to the total work. That's a very famous line. Do you know? A legitimate poem, Coleridge only. A legitimate poem is a composition in which the dash and dash bear an organic relation to the total work, where the rhyme and meter. Okay. Now, easy question. What did Coleridge say is that mere drapery of the poetic genius? The mere drapery, that is fancy. Now, what is the living power and prime agent of all human perception? The living power and prime agent of all human perception. That is primary imagination, a repetition in the finite mind of the eternal act of creation in the infinite I am. Right. And what dissolves, diffuses, and dissipates in order to recreate? That is secondary imagination. Secondary imagination. Tell me true or false. Shelley's Prometheus Unbound had a critical preface. True or false? Shelley's Prometheus Unbound had a critical preface. Yes, that is right. What idea did Keats develop in a letter to his brothers George and Thomas, written in 1817? It is Negative capability. Negative capability. In a letter to whom did Keats compare poets to ethereal chemicals or catalysts? Benjamin Bailey. Wonderful. You're answering everything. Proud of you. Benjamin Bailey. In a letter to Benjamin Bailey, he said, poets are like ethereal chemicals operating on the mass of neutral intellect. They are like catalysts. Who else talked about poet as catalyst? T.S. Eliot. Who among the romantics talked about the chameleon poet? Chameleon poet. Keats, correct. It is John Keats who talked about the chameleon poet. That's right. Ideally, we should also talk about American Romanticism here. Ankita, American Romanticism or Victorian? One of these you can ask.
Okay, so before that, tell me which idea of Coleridge was borrowed later by Virginia Woolf in A Room of One's Own? Which idea of Coleridge was later borrowed by Virginia Woolf in a letter in A Room of One's Own?
I'm tempted to say it is Andrew Guy's mind.
Yes. Coleridge also talked about willing suspension of dash. Willing suspension of dash. Willing suspension of disbelief. Disbelief. Right. Coleridge, sorry.
You ask. I thought
Coleridge is known as the father of dash. Coleridge is known as the father of dash. Father of impressionistic criticism. Father of impressionistic criticism. Coleridge had performed or worked on impressionistic criticism of dash. He had worked on impressionistic criticism of Shakespeare. Shakespeare, correct. Shakespeare, right.
Right, very good. Tell me who's the author of The Decay of Lying? The Decay of Lying. It is Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde. Matthew Arnold's Culture and Anarchy came in which year? Matthew Arnold, 1869. That is where Matthew Arnold talked about Hellenism and Hebraism and also sweetness and light. Who said poetry is the application of ideas to life? That is also Matthew Arnold. Poetry is the application of ideas to life. Matthew Arnold also said, you might remember this, that great poetry has the power of sustaining and delighting us as nothing else can. Right? Great poetry. And he said that, who should have the power of propagating the best ideas that are known and thought in the world? It is the poet, right? Ankita, or critic? Poet.
Sure, yes.
It is the poet. Right. Who are the 4 writers he used as examples of touchstone method? Homer, Dante, Milton, and Shakespeare. Homer, Dante, Milton, and Shakespeare. Now, complete this quotation. The dash of poetry is immense because in poetry, our rays as our time goes on will find an even surer and surer stay. It is the future of poetry. The future of poetry is immense. The strongest part of our religion today is its unconscious poetry. The strongest part of our religion today is its unconscious poetry. About whom did he say he has fascinating felicity, perfection of loveliness, indescribable gusto? He is with Shakespeare. Correct. John Keats. John Keats, correct. Hai. Dash will never lose its currency. That is towards the end of good literature, will never lose its currency. Great going. Okay, Ankita, I'll give you a surprise. I want to ask you some questions.
Okay.
Ta-da-dang. Easy questions. Who are the people associated with utilitarianism?
Okay. So Ruskin, Matthew Arnold.
Ruskin.
J.S. Mill.
Critics of utilitarianism is what you said.
I got
Yes,
confused.
J.S. Mill. And before that, the 17th century philosopher Jeremy Bentham.
Bentham.
Yeah. Which is the book on feminism, proto-feminist work that J.S. Mill wrote?
The Subjection of Women.
The Subjection of Women, 1869. Which other work came in 1869? Just now you said?
Culture and Anarchy.
Culture and Anarchy. That is right. Ankita, who is this man born in 1819 who wrote about J.M.W. Turner?
John Ruskin.
Correct. Hai. John Ruskin's Modern Painters, published in 1843. Are Ankita, in 1843, who became poet laureate?
Wordsworth.
Wordsworth became poet laureate. Ankita, in 1865, in the year W.B. Yeats and Rudyard Kipling were born,
Yes.
our Ruskin sat and wrote a book where he said Shakespeare has no heroes, only heroines.
Yes. No.
Sir,
Sesame and Lilies.
right, Sesame and Lilies came in 1865, in the year in which
W.B. Yeats was born.
and Kipling
yes,
also was born.
Kipling.
Ta-da-dang. I'm having fun.
John Ruskin had coined the phrase pathetic fallacy in which book?
Oh, Modern Painters.
Modern Painters, right?
I was going to say, Ankita, you have no right to ask me questions. And then you asked. Okay. Picture of Dorian Gray had a famous preface. True or false? That is right. It had a famous preface. That is where he says, the artist is the creator of beautiful things. Isn't it? Right. There is a man who was a friend of Henry James. He wrote a critical work in 1921 where he talked about panoramic novels and scenic novels. Kaun hai,
That's
kaun hai?
me. Okay.
Ankita, you can answer.
The Craft of Fiction by Percy Lubbock.
The Craft of Fiction by Percy Lubbock. ठीक है. Tell me, who wrote Renaissance?
Walter Pater.
Walter Pater. He also wrote postscript, imaginary portraits, appreciations. Okay, this one, Ankita, you wouldn't know. Who wrote Thus Spake Zarathustra?
Nietzsche.
The Birth of Tragedy, Thus Spake Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil. These are by Nietzsche. And Nietzsche was a philosopher who talked about the death of God. God is dead. And also about will to power, Übermensch. Right. Who wrote the essay, The Experimental Novel? It contributed to naturalism.
I read this.
Zola.
Yes, Emily Zola.
Right, Emile Zola. He is the author of Nana, where he wrote about a woman who becomes a prostitute, and it is part of the novel series Le Rougon Macquart. Okay, Le Rougon Macquart. Who among the Victorian critics wrote about grand style? Anybody? Matthew Arnold. That is right. It is Matthew Arnold. Are you enjoying this, everybody? I am enjoying it. As long as nobody is asking me questions, it is greatly enjoyable.
Who wrote Milton's Grand Style?
Milton's Grand Style is by Christopher Ricks. Who wrote Milton's God? Milton's God. It is by William Emerson. Once recently they asked 3-4 books on Milton and asked match the following. One was by Balachandra Rajan.
Yes.
Balachandra Rajan has written on Milton. Walter Pater was born in 1839. Okay, 1839. All art constantly aspires towards the condition of music. It is a line from Walter Pater's The Renaissance. The Renaissance was controversial for its ending. Why? What happened in the ending? It was hedonistic. Hedonistic. Ankita, who coined the term poetic justice?
Thomas Rhymer.
Thomas Rhymer is correct. Thomas Rhymer. The Seven Lamps of Architecture, Stones of Venice.
Ruskin.
Ruskin. That is right. That is so right. Very good. So, Subjection of Women, 1869. Culture and Society, 1869. What else did I say came in 1869? These students know everything. They remember everything. I'm so proud of them. Culture and Anarchy. Then, Subjection of Women. Right. Okay. Do you know a poet who wrote only one book of poetry is famous for the concept of flaneur, Flaneur. That means a disinterested, detached observer, a wanderer in the city. That is correct. It is Charles Baudelaire. Charles Baudelaire. That is right. Okay. Who famously wrote about Mona Lisa in an essay? Who wrote about Mona Lisa in an essay? It is Walter Pater in Renaissance. Walter Pater in Renaissance. So, Ankita, we should wind up and we'll start from formalism in the next 1 hour.
Okay.
Talk to them and ask them how it went.
Yes. So, did you all enjoy the revision? How did it go for you all? Yes.
They were
Tell
today in
me.
our net batch, they were waxing eloquent on Ankita and Setu and Aksa. They were saying, Ankita, you are already teaching like a professor, touchwood.
Okay, one last question. Tell me, who else has talked about the idea of the flaneur in the Arcades project? Yes, it's Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin has also talked about dash in the mechanical art, in the mechanical
Work
reproduction
of
of
art.
art. Yes. Aura.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. They are just, you should start a fan club, Ankita. No, jokes apart, it is the tremendous learning and effort that we're all doing here that is taking us miles forward. Thank you, all of us, for Ankita. You want to know where Ankita takes her questions from? It is from her head. That is why we should all study in JNU and do hard work. The hard work that we are doing is nothing compared to what she had to do in JNU. I remember day and night she had so many things to do. Term papers and this and that, reading. We didn't, you must have redefined the term tiredness, right? Did you ever feel tired?
Not really, because whenever we used to feel tired, we had a huge campus. We just used to go out and have tea or talk with some professors and went to their houses and all that. So we never felt exhausted. We just felt very, what to say, very thrilled. Like, okay, we are studying here and all that. So it was lovely.
Wonderful. Okay, so
Okay.
it is time for the next session.
Bye. I will see you all again soon.
Yes. Hi, Aksa. Aksa's here. Oh, I was searching for Aksa, but you've come from Wealth Education. Okay. I will make you co-host. So, Aksa, we are here to talk about, wait a minute. We are here to talk about literary theory. All right. Hi, welcome. We'll start from formalism. And maybe T.S. Eliot also, because we have modernism. Right. Shall I start, Aksa?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Somebody wrote a book when he was only 24, 1917. It is Victor Shklovsky who wrote Art as Technique. Victor Shklovsky who wrote Art as Technique. Which two stories of Tolstoy does he talk about in Art as Technique? Kolstomer and Shame. Kolstomer and Shame. All right. In Russian formalism, they talk about the role of the narrator, the narrator's voice. It is called SKAZ, S-K-A-Z. Do you know whether Viktor Shklovsky or Boris Eichenbaum, which of them talked about it? Boris Eichenbaum or Eichenbaum, okay? He's the one who talked about SKAZ. Do you know the concept discussed by Jan Mukarovsky in Standard Language and Poetic Language? It is foregrounding. Foregrounding. All right? Very good. Roman Jakobson is a very important figure in Russian formalism. Roman Jakobson was born in 1896. 1896. And he wrote Linguistics and Poetics. Linguistics and Poetics. Aksa, do you have a question? Some questions?
Yes. So tell me, who wrote the work titled The Verbal Icon? The Verbal Icon? It is by Wimsatt and Beardsley. Yes, correct. It was published in 1946. Now tell me, there are these.
Wimsatt alone wrote Verbal Icon. Wimsatt and Beardsley wrote the essays in Verbal Icon. Wimsatt,
Yes.
it's just for Wimsatt, this Verbal Icon. Wimsatt and Beardsley wrote intentional fallacy and effective fallacy.
Yes.
Okay.
That was in 1946. So tell me, when was I.E. Richards' Practical Criticism published? That was in 1929. Now, I.E. Richards used one of the poems of D.H. Lawrence to talk about his ideas. Which was this poem? D.H. Lawrence's poem titled Piano. Is that correct? Yes. Piano. Yes. Now, tell me, who wrote Seven Types of Ambiguity? Seven Types of Ambiguity. That is William Emerson. It was published in 1930. Correct. Okay. So who is associated with Scrutiny? The person associated with the magazine Scrutiny? It is F.R. Lewis. Yes. Ma'am, do you have further questions?
Yes. I will ask a few questions. In Tradition and the Individual Talent, T.S. Eliot quotes from a Jacobean tragedy, The Silkworm's Speech. Which tragedy does he quote from? It is Revenger's Tragedy. Revenger's Tragedy by Cyril Tourneur or Thomas Middleton. Revenger's Tragedy by Cyril Tourneur or Thomas Middleton. Right. Who coined the term objective correlative? Who coined the term objective correlative? It is not T.S. Eliot. It is Washington Alston. Washington Alston, who is an American painter. He's an American painter. Okay. Do you remember in which year Tradition and the Individual Talent was published? 1919. The Function of Criticism was published in 1923. Okay, where is this quotation from? If there is one word on which we can fix what will suggest the maximum of what I mean by a classic, it is the word maturity. Who said this where? If there is one word on which we can fix, which will suggest the maximum of what I mean by the term classic, it is the word maturity. It is from What is a Classic by T.S. Eliot. What is a Classic by T.S. Eliot? Which is the essay of T.S. Eliot that laid the foundations of culture studies? Notes towards the definition of culture. Notes towards the definition of culture. Aksa?
Yes. So we were talking about I.A. Richards' work titled Practical Criticism, which came out in 1929. There he talks about 4 kinds of meaning. Which are these 4 kinds of meaning? It is sense, feeling, tone, and intention. Sense, feeling, tone, and intention. Yes. So tell me, when was the work The Great Tradition published? The Great Tradition in 1948. Who wrote it? F.R. Lewis wrote The Great Tradition. Yes. Who is known for the concept of the language of paradox? Language of paradox. It is Client Brooks. Which is the work of Client Brooks that we are familiar with? It was published in 1947. The Well-Wrought Urn. The Well-Wrought Urn. The other work of Client Brooks, which is popular, is Heresy of Dash. Heresy of Paraphrase. Heresy of Paraphrase, correct. Now, who wrote Modern Poetry and Tradition? Modern Poetry and Tradition, that is also Client Brooks in 1939. 1939, yes.
Shall I?
Yes.
All right. What is the word for a single unitary language being comprised of a multiplicity of languages? A single unitary language is comprised of a multiplicity of languages. Heteroglossia in Bakhtin. It is heteroglossia in Bakhtin. In Bakhtin, what is the term for double voicing, of which epistolary form is an example? A term where a speech of one person is inserted in another. I didn't mean polyphony. Polyphony is different. It is embedding. Polyphony is when there are several contesting voices representing different ideological positions. In epistolary method, one voice is embedded into another. Right? So that is embedding. Who talked about chronotope? Bakhtin. Space and time coordinates. Who talked about heterotopia? That is Michel Foucault. That is Michel Foucault. Julia Kristeva introduced the concept of intertextuality in which essay? She was studying Bakhtin and Saussure. Which essay? Word, Dialogue, and Novel. The essay is called Word, Dialogue, and Novel. Okay? There is a French term similar to close reading. What is that? A French term similar to close reading? Explication the text. Explication the text. Okay? Right. Who talked about tension in poetry? In the book, The Man of Letters in the Modern World. The Man of Letters in the Modern World. It is indeed Alan Tate. Alan Tate. Aksa?
Yes, okay.
Aksa,
So,
there was a joke in the encyclopedia class today. I will tell you that. Somebody was saying, Aksa ma'am is so awesome. Aksa ma'am is that. Aksa ma'am is this. And they ended up saying, Aska, Aska. Okay, I said, all right. What is the linguistic term for saying Aska instead of Aksa? Somebody said it starts with meta, and even I did not remember. I thought of metalepsis, and then we found out. Metathesis. Aksa, you are a living example of metathesis, Aksa. All right. So your question.
yeah. So, tell me who wrote The Critic as Host? The Critic as Host is by J. Hillis Miller. It is Hillis Miller. Okay. This was a response to someone else's work. It was a response to M.H. Abrams's The deconstructive angels. The deconstructive angel. Now tell me, R.S. Crane, Elder Olson, Richard McKeon, Norman MacLean. All these are members of Neo-Aristotelians or Chicago School. Chicago School. That is correct. Yes. So now tell me, who gave this lecture, which was later made into a work as well, Course in General Linguistics in 1916? Course in General Linguistics, that is Saussure. That is Saussure. Yes. Dash holds that nothing can be understood in isolation. Am I talking about structuralism or new criticism? Dash holds that nothing can be understood in isolation. It is structuralism, correct?
All
Yes.
right. Reply. Who wrote The Well-Tempered Critic? The Educated Imagination. A very famous writer, critic that you know. He also wrote Anatomy of Criticism. Anatomy of Criticism, Northrop Frye. Anatomy of Criticism, 1957. He also wrote The Well-Tempered Critic, The Educated Imagination. He said, now mark this point. He said literature is a self-contained verbal universe. Self-contained verbal universe. Okay? And Northrop Frye compared spring to comedy, summer to romance, autumn to tragedy, and winter to irony and satire. Very good. How many essays are there in Anatomy of Criticism? 4. Historical criticism, ethical criticism, archetypal criticism, rhetorical criticism. It is in the third that he's saying all these things that we know. And he divided literature. In the first essay, he divided literature into 5. Summer to romance, Kirtana. What are the 5 modes? That was a PYQ. 5 modes. Mythic, romantic, high mimetic, low mimetic, and ironic. Mythic, romantic, high mimetic, low mimetic, and ironic. Did you know Freud develops an analogy of human nature and frustration in relation to great chain of being? Great chain of being. Okay. Who wrote about language games to show the pragmatic and contextual nature of meaning? Who talked about language games? Ludwig Wittgenstein. Widowson is related to what? Widowson. Widowson is related to stylistics. Do you remember who wrote The Liberal Imagination? The Liberal Imagination? Lionel Trilling. Lionel Trilling. Okay? And who talked about speech acts? Locutionary, illocutionary, and perlocutionary. Speech acts. It is J.L. Austin. Here is the salt. That is locutionary. Can I give you the salt? That is illocutionary. Do you want the salt? That is perlocutionary. Locutionary means it is about the object. The human being is not there. Here is the salt. Can I give you the salt? The speaker is important in illocutionary. The listener is important in perlocutionary. Locutionary, illocutionary, perlocutionary. Ting, ting, ting. Ting, ting, ting. Okay. Ting, ting, ting. Locutionary, illocutionary, perlocutionary. Okay. Accept.
Yes. So tell me, was Julia Kristeva a student of Roland Barthes? Is that true? It is. Okay. Who wrote Writing Degree Zero? Writing Degree Zero? is by Roland Barthes. Which one came first, Writing Degree Zero or Mythologies? Which one came first, Writing Degree Zero? Writing Degree Zero was published in 1953. Mythologies was published in 1957. 1957, yes. Now, tell me, in which work does Barthes talk about pleasure and bliss? In which work does he distinguish between pleasure and bliss? It is in the pleasure of the text. Pleasure of the text. Yes, correct. Who identified three types of signs as an iconic, indexical, and symbolic? Iconic, indexical, and symbolic. It is C.S. Peirce. C.S. Peirce.
Charles Sanders Peirce.
Yes. Okay. Who talked about the transcendental signified? Who talked about the transcendental signified? It is Derrida. Who wrote Structure, Sign, and Play? Structure, Sign, and Play. That is also Derrida.
Shall I?
Yes.
The novel is one bright book of life. Where do you have this line? The novel is one bright book of life. It is in D.H. Lawrence's Why the Novel Matters. Who talked about hourglass shape of novel? Circular shape, hourglass shape. It is E.M. Foster. He talked about 7 aspects of the novel in Aspects of the Novel. 7 aspects are story, character, plot, fantasy, prophecy, and pattern, and rhythm. Story, character, plot, fantasy, prophecy, pattern, and rhythm. Okay? He also talked about flat and round characters. Flat and round characters. Okay, tell me who talked about symbolic action in the book Grammar of Motives? Who talked about symbolic action in the Grammar of Motives? It is indeed Kenneth Burke. Kenneth Burke. B-U-R-K-E. Kenneth Burke. Okay? Who wrote Hamlet and Oedipus? Hamlet and Oedipus? Ernest Jones. The man who wrote The Resistance to Theory also wrote Blindness and Insight and Allegories of Reading. He was a Yale critic. Blindness and Insight, Allegories of Reading, Resistance to Theory. It is Paul D. Mann. Aksa, we are asking questions from. We should tell them the last proof of the Encyclopedia of Literary Criticism, which will come out very soon. Right. Frank Kermode is the author of a book which has the same title as a book by Julian Barnes. Frank Kermode and Julian Barnes both wrote The Sense of an Ending. The Sense of an Ending. Tell me who wrote about actential model of narrative? Actential model. It is A.J. Graymas. This is a PYQ. Who talked about different kinds of narrators? Intradiegetic, extradiegetic, heterodiegetic, homodiegetic. Who talked about it? Gerard Jennett. Gerard Jennett. Okay? Gerard Jennett is a narratologist, structuralist narratologist. He talked about intradiegetic, extradiegetic, heterodiegetic, and homodiegetic. Aksa, your turn.
Yes, okay. So who talked about the concept of bricolage in his work, The Savage Mind? It is Claude Lévi-Strauss. When was The Savage Mind published? When was The Savage Mind published? In 1962. 1962. Yes. Which work of Northrop Frye was published in 1957? 1957, that is Anatomy of Criticism. Anatomy of Criticism. Who coined the term archaecriture? Who coined the term archaic creature? That is Derrida. It is Derrida. It is Derrida. He also talked about the concept of transcendental signified. Now tell me, is Jeffrey Hartman a Yale critic? Is Jeffrey Hartman a Yale critic? Yes. J. Gillis Miller? Yes. Harold Bloom? Harold Bloom? Yes, he is also a Yale critic. Is Paul Deman a Yale critic? Yes, correct.
Shall I?
Yes.
Who introduced the concept of cultural hegemony? Antonio Gramsci, that is right. So tell me, what is this? Klineman, tessera, ascesis, demonization. No, something I messed up. Kenosis, ascesis, demonization. I messed up. Klineman, tessera, kenosis, demonization, ascesis, epiphrates. Correct. Klineman, tessera, kenosis, demonization, ascesis, epiphrates. What are they? They are Harold Bloom's revisionary ratios, or the ways in which the later poet will distort the precursor's form. The later poet is called FEB. Okay, FEB, EPHEBE. What is the word that Bloom used for the FEB misreading the precursor's form? What is the word that he used? Mispression. Mispression. He took many words from Hebrew, isn't it? Who talked about historiographic metafiction and wrote Poetics of Postmodernism, Politics of Postmodernism? It is indeed Linda Hutcheon. Linda Hutcheon. That is right. Whose book is Ecrits? ECRITS. It is Jacques Lacan. Jacques Lacan. What is the other word for parapraxis? Parapraxis. Freudian slip. Who introduced the concept of gynocriticism? Elaine Showalter. That is right. Elaine Showalter. Very good. Who talked about whiting? Breast milk or whiting? Elaine Cizou. Elaine Cizou. That is right. Who wrote Death of a Discipline? Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak. Which two critics talked about third space? Which two critics talked about third space? Edward Soya and Homi K. Bhabha. Okay, Aksa.
Yes. Who made the statement, there is nothing outside the text? There is nothing outside the text. It is Derrida. Tell me, in this statement, he reinstated the concept of dash. He reinstated the importance of the context. He reinstated the importance of the context. Now tell me, Derrida used the analogy of dash to discuss the paradox of translation. He used an analogy to discuss the paradox of translation. Which was this famous analogy? Is it the Tower of Babel or the Eiffel Tower? It is the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel. Now, to the introduction of the postmodern condition, who famously described postmodernism as incredulity towards meta-narratives? It is Jean-Francois Lyotard. Jean-Francois Lyotard. Correct. Who is associated with the concept of hyperreality? Hyperreality, it is Baudrillard. It is Baudrillard. Yes.
Right. Who famously distinguished between the work and the text? The work and the text. It is Roland Barthes. It is Roland Barthes. Okay. Who said postmodernism is incredulity towards meta-narratives? Lyotard, correct. The Hawks called Sokal affair came at the beginning of which theory? The Hawks called Sokal affair came at the beginning of postmodernism, who is associated with the concept of depthlessness. Depthlessness. Frederick Jameson talked about depthlessness, right? Now tell me, in which work did Mikhail Bakhtin talk about carnivalesque and grotesque laughter? Grotesque realism, sorry. Grotesque realism. Rabelais and his world. Rabelais and his world. Which is the 1990 book by Homi Bhabha, which redefines the concept of nation and identity. Nation and narration. Do you know who wrote Nation and its Fragments? Do you know who wrote Nation and its Fragments? It is Partha Chatterjee. Partha Chatterjee. Do you know who called for the abolition of English departments? Who called for the abolition of English departments? It is indeed Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Correct hai? Now, who's the author of Masks of Conquest? Very easy. Gauri Vishwanathan. Gauri Vishwanathan. Remember, English studies in India also comes within post-colonialism. Right. So who wrote The Political Unconscious, 1981 book? The Political Unconscious, 1981 book is by Frederick Jameson. Frederick Jameson, who is a famous Hungarian Marxist critic. Hungarian Marxist, Georg Lukács. Georg Lukács, he got into a debate with Bertolt Brecht and other modernists. Do you remember that? Right. Who said, I am where I think not? I am where I think not. It is indeed Lacan who said that. I am where I think not. Lacan. Who wrote Truth and Method? Truth and Method. It is Gadamer who wrote Truth and Method. Right, very good. Now, in which year was A Room of One's Own published? 1929. In which year was The Second Sex published? 1949. Who in 1969 said the personal is the political? That is the feminist Carol Hanich. Carol Hanich said the personal is the political. 1949. What happened 1949? Second Sex. What was published in 1970? Sexual Politics. Sexual Politics. Who wrote Sexual Textual Politics? Toril Moy wrote Sexual Textual Politics. Okay, Aksa, your turn.
Yes. Herbert Marcuse is a member of Dash School. Herbert Marcuse is a member of Dash School. He is a part of the Frankfurt School. Yes, okay. Who introduced the term culture industry in their work Dialectic of Enlightenment? It is Max Horkheimer and Theodore Adorno. When was Dialectic of Enlightenment published? In 1979. In 1979.
Aksa,
Both of
you
them.
said Herbert Marcuse. He is the father of New Left also.
Yes.
I'm just adding so that there won't be confusion.
Yes.
He later
He's
became father of New Left. He's the author of
Dialectic.
One-Dimensional Man and Heroes and Civilization. One Dimension
Dialectic.
and Heroes and Civilization. Okay, continue, please.
Yes. So Dialectic of Enlightenment was published in 1979. Now tell me, who wrote works like The Order of Things, The Archaeology of Knowledge, Madness in Civilization? It is Foucault. Tell me, when was Discipline and Punish published? When was it published? Is it in 1975? Yes, it was in 1975. Who wrote Madness and Civilization, The Birth of the Clinic? Birth of the Clinic? Foucault. Who wrote Death of the Author? The Death of the Author? Barthes. When was Death of the Author published? In 1968. Yes, correct. Okay. Who wrote The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction? The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. That is Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin. Is he a part of the Frankfurt School? Yes, he is a part of the Frankfurt School. Yes. Now tell me, in which work did Bakhtin talk about the concept of heteroglossia? In the dialogic imagination. It is in the dialogic imagination. Is discourse in the novel a book or an essay by Bakhtin? Discourse in the novel. Is it an essay or a book? It is an essay by Bakhtin. Yes. Who wrote Problems of Dostoevsky's Poetics? Who wrote Problems of Dostoevsky's Poetics? That is also Bakhtin. Who wrote Rabelais and His World? Rabelais and His World? That is also Bakhtin. Yes.
Shall I? Thank you. There is a book called Myths of Power, a Marxist study of the Brontes. Do you know who is the author? Myths of Power, a Marxist study of the Brontes. It is by Terry Eagleton. Let us play a game. I'm going to tell you titles of works. When I make a mistake, you should point it out. Okay? Terry Eagleton, Literary Theory and Introduction. Is it by Terry Eagleton? Literary Theory and Introduction. Yes, it is. Ideology of the Aesthetic. Is it by Terry Eagleton? Ideology of the Aesthetic. Yes. Criticism and Ideology. That is also by Terry Eagleton. In Theory. In Theory. No, no, no. In Theory is by Ijaz Ahmad, where he critiqued Orientalism. But there is a similar title by Terry Eagleton. It is called After Theory. After Theory. Okay. Horizon of Expectations is associated with which writer? Which theorist? Horizon of Expectations. It is associated with Hans Robert Jauss. Horizon of Understanding is associated with Horizon of Understanding. Gadamer. Gadamer. Who is associated with antithetical criticism? Antithetical criticism. It is Harold Bloom. Harold Bloom. In Malayalam, I'll tell you a joke, okay? In Malayalam, tette means wrong. Tette is wrong. Okay? Tetical looks like wrong. So once I was an assistant of Dr. Ayyappa Panikar. He was a very famous poet in Malayalam. I was his assistant. And one day when I went to his office to work, he's very seriously telling me, Kalyani, I need your help with something. This is my library. I need your help with something. Once upon a time, it was all arranged in alphabetical order. Now it is all arranged in alphabetical order. So I want your help to rearrange. Alphabetical. He made up the word from alphabetical to alphabetical. So when I talk about antithetical, I feel like laughing. So, right. Jokes apart, let us talk about the famous 1990 work by a female theorist. She also talked about vulnerability, precarity, and this 1990 work is where she borrows an idea from J.L. Austin and John Searle. You got it right. It is Gender Trouble by Judith Butler. Gender Trouble is where she talks about gender performativity. It is a term that she has borrowed from J.L. Austin and John Searle. Performative act. Speech as a performative act. Okay, who wrote Man-Made Language? It is Dale Spender who wrote Man-Made Language. Dale Spender. The lie of the land in the context of English studies in India is by Lie of the Land is by Rajeshwari Sundararajan. But that is not my question, dear friends. Who wrote The Lay of the Land, Lay, which examines the way in which colonial nature writers in the USA represented land as female? The Lay of the Land, Lay. It is a famous writer, Annette Kolodny. I think we have already talked about it in Encyclopedia Revision. Annette Kolodny, Colodny. Lawrence Buell is associated with which theory? Lawrence Buell is associated with which theory? It is eco-criticism. What did Lawrence Buell write? Oh, there are so many books in. What did Lawrence Buell write? The environmental imagination, thorough nature writing, and the formation of American culture. The environmental imagination, thorough nature writing, and the formation of American culture. Remember that, okay? Who edited Eco-Criticism Reader? It is Cheryl Glotfelty and Harold Fromm. Cheryl Glotfelty and Harold Fromm. That's right. The Comedy of Survival, Studies in Literary Ecology is by Joseph Meeker. Joseph Meeker, very important critic, that also. There is a reader of eco-criticism. I will give you options, okay? Which is the eco-criticism reader? ABCD reader, LMNO reader, ISLE reader, PYQR reader. Very tough question. I can't believe this. Everybody is saying ABCD. What? It is ISLE reader. ISLE reader. ISLE reader is a very famous reader in eco criticism. There is also a British periodical called the Green Studies Reader. The Green Studies Reader. Okay, Lay of the Land is by Annette Kolodny. I'm saying this because somebody is asking. Annette Kolodny. Okay, that's right. Do you know who is associated in reader response criticism with transactional analysis? Transactional analysis. Louis Rosenblatt. Louis Rosenblatt. Aksa, I think for the benefit of all the non-students of Vellath who are listening to us on YouTube, I should tell them this book can be your life savior. All the basics are given here. There are so many books, authors, concepts, everything detailed in a very easy way here. Okay, transactional analysis. It's given in our material. If you look at our material, you will understand. Transactional analysis is by Louis Rosenblatt. Louis Rosenblatt. Okay, there is a concept developed by Michael Riffater, very important people. Michael Riffater, Riffaterre, Terence Hawkes, Hawkes. It is literary competence. Literary competence. Okay, tell me true or false. David Bleich, Bleich. David Bleich did analysis of classroom teaching of literature. Is that true or false? True. That is true. Tell me true or false. Implied reader is a concept used by Stanley Fish. Implied reader is a concept used by Stanley Fish. Dear friends on YouTube, there is something that always happens at Vellath. I will say a very wrong thing very confidently, and everybody will start saying, yes, true. And I feel like Pied Piper of Hamelin. No. The implied reader is a term by Wolfgang Iser, not Stanley Fish. Beware of my confidence. It could be totally wrong. Okay. Maud Botkin is associated with which theory? Maud Botkin. It is archetypal or myth criticism. Maud Botkin, archetypal or myth criticism. Very good. Aram Wieser wrote a book on Aram Wieser, Weeser. New Historicism. New Historicism. All right. Very good. So, Aksa, would you like to ask for a few minutes?
Yes. So I'll ask you a few texts. Tell me the year in which it was published. The Wretched of the Earth was published in 1961. Who wrote it? Franz Fanon. When was Orientalism published? When was Orientalism published? In 1978. Who wrote it? Edward Said. Which work of Edward Said was published in 1993? It is Culture and Imperialism. Which work of Jane Austen is discussed in Culture and Imperialism? It is Mansfield Park. Now tell me who wrote the work titled In Other Worlds. In Other Worlds. It is Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak. When was In Other Worlds published? In 1987. 1987. Tell me which one came first, Nation and Narration or In Other Worlds? Which one came first? It is In Other Worlds. In Other Worlds came out in 1987. Nation and Narration was published in 1990. Who wrote Nation and Narration? Who wrote Nation and Narration? That is Homi Bhabha. Homi Bhabha. Okay. Now tell me, David Blake, Tom Stoppard, Harold Bloom, Louis Rosenblatt. Which of them is not a reader response theorist? David Blake, Tom Stoppard, Harold Bloom, and Louis Rosenblatt. It is simple. It is Tom Stoppard. Tom Stoppard is not a reader response theorist. Yes, okay. Who talked about implied reader? Who talked about the concept of implied reader? Wolfgang Iser. Who formulated the concept of double consciousness? Double consciousness. It is W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois, correct. Now tell me, who introduced the term subaltern to refer to the working class? Who used this term first? It is Antonio Gramsci. It is Antonio Gramsci. Correct. Now tell me, in the work titled Subaltern Studies Deconstructing Historiography, who talked about the concept of strategic essentialism? Strategic essentialism, that is Gayatri Spivak. Correct. Gayatri Spivak. Who talked about historiographic metafiction? Historiographic metafiction. That is Linda Hutcheon. Linda Hutcheon talked about historiographic metafiction. Yes.
Linda Hutcheon and Frederick Jameson got into a debate over which term? Pastiche. They talked about parody and pastiche. Parody and pastiche. Aksa, if you want to take a break, I will go on for some time. All right. Once again, let me ask you, what is the term used by Carol Hunich in 1969? Carol Hunich wrote an essay and introduced a term. The personal is the political. The personal is the political. Okay. Who is associated with the term Cora, which is fluid like a womb? Julia Kristeva or Julia Kristeva talks about Cora. She also talked about phenotext and genotext. Which of these is women's writing? Phenotext and genotext. Which of these is women's writing? It is genotext, right? She combined semiotics and psychoanalysis and developed the term semiotics and psychoanalysis and developed the term Semanalysis, SEM analysis, semanalysis. Very good. Do you remember who wrote The Female Imagination? That is a book of gynocriticism. Female Imagination is by Patricia Mayer Spax. Patricia Mayer Spax. Very good. Do you know who wrote the book The Feminine Mystique? Betty Friedan, 1963. Which wave of feminism was introduced by the feminine mystique? The feminine mystique. It is the second wave that was introduced. Which which story by Edgar Allan Poe was discussed by Lacan? The Purloined Letter. Lacan divided the psyche into three: the real, imaginary, and the symbolic, the three stages of the psyche. He compared these to what? These are usually compared to what? Borromean rings, like the Olympic rings, Borromean rings. And what is Freud's concept of the psyche compared to? Everybody knows it is compared to the iceberg. Compared to the iceberg. Who is called the French Freud? French Freud is Lacan. Very good. French Freud is Lacan. Which two theorists talked about overdetermination? Overdetermination. Louis Althusser as well as Sigmund Freud. Louis Althusser also talked about ISAs and RSAs. He talked about interpellation, right? Interpellation also. Who defined ideology as false consciousness? Ideology is false consciousness. It is Friedrich Engels. Friedrich Engels, who said ideology is the representation of the imaginary relationship of individuals to their real conditions of existence. Ideology is the representation of the imaginary relations of individuals to their real conditions of existence. That is Althusser. Althusser defined ideology in that manner. That is right. Who in India talked about nativism? In Indian criticism, who talked about nativism? It is Balachandra Nemade. Balachandra Nemade. Remember now? Okay. Who abrogated English? Who abrogated English? Which post-colonial writer abrogated? What is the meaning of abrogation? Means rejection. So, who wrote in Gikuyu? That is in Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Right. Very good. Shahid Amin, Gyan Pandey, these are David Hardiman. These are, who are they? Shahid Amin, Gyan Pandey, David Hardiman. They are subaltern studies people, subaltern studies. They wanted to write about peasant insurgency and their history. That is how they started, right? Just now I told you a little while ago, In Theory is by Ijaz Ahmad. Who wrote After Theory? Terry Eagleton. That is right, Terry Eagleton. Do you know who is associated with Identity Politics? A book, Identity Politics. It is Kimberly Crenshaw. Kimberly Crenshaw, who is associated also with Kimberly Crenshaw is associated with the intersectionality, critical race theory. Very good. That is correct. Okay, Aksa, would you like to ask something?
Yes. Okay. So tell me, who wrote the essay titled The Author as Producer? The essay titled Author as Producer. It is Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin. Okay. Now tell me true or false. Man, Woman in the Attic was published in 1979. It is true. It is true. Yes. Okay. Wretched of the Earth was published in 1961. True or false? True. Second Sex was published in 1949. That is also true. Empire Writes Back was published in 1970. That is also true. Is that true? It is not true. Empire Writes Back was published in 1989. It was published in 1989. Okay. Now tell me, who is known for the concepts of repressive state apparatus and ideological state apparatus, which is also called RSA and ISA? It is Louis Althusser. Louis Althusser. Who wrote The Country and the City? The Country and the City? Raymond Williams. Raymond Williams. When was it published? The Country and the City was published in 1973. Correct. 1973. Yes. Did Harold Bloom write a work titled The Anxiety of Influence? Yes, he wrote a work titled The Anxiety of Influence. Okay, correct. Now, who wrote works like Marxism and Form? 20th century dialectical theories of literature. Who wrote Marxism and Form? It is Frederick Jameson. Frederick Jameson. Now, yes. Okay. Now tell me, is Terry Eagleton a Marxist critic? Is Terry Eagleton a Marxist critic? Yes. Who wrote After Theory? Who wrote the work titled After Theory? It is Terry Eagleton. Who wrote the work titled In Theory? That is Aegis Ahmed. Aegis Ahmed. Which one came first? Literary Theory and Introduction or The Ideology of the Aesthetic? Both of these are works by Terry Eagleton. He was a Marxist critic. Which of them came first? Literary Theory and Introduction or The Ideology of the Aesthetic? Yes, it is the Literary Theory and Introduction. It was published in 1983. The Ideology of the Aesthetic was published in 1990. In 1990. Which other work was published in 1990? Homi Bhabha wrote it. Nation and Narration. Yes, Nation and Narration. When was Gender Trouble published? When was Gender Trouble published? In 1990. Correct. Okay. Who is known for the work Epistemology of the Closet? Epistemology of the Closet, that is Eve Kosowski Sedgwick. When was Epistemology of the Closet published? That is also in 1990. Yes. Okay.
Shall I?
Yes.
All right. Do you know with which theory Louis Montrose, Jonathan Goldberg, they're associated? Louis Montrose, Jonathan Goldberg. It is New Historicism. New Historicism. Right. Who developed the concept of thick description? That means describing an event from within. It is Clifford Geertz. Clifford Geertz. Who talked about rhizome, plateau, such words? Deleuze and Guattari. Deleuze and Guattari. Pierre Macheret, Machrey, is associated with which theory? Pierre Macheret. Marxism. Marxism it is. Right? Norman Holland is associated with which theory? Norman Holland. Read a response. Read a response. Umberto Eco is associated with which theory? He's associated with semiotics. He's associated with semiotics. Friedrich Schleiermacher, Wilhelm Dilthey, René Wellek. What are they associated with? Hermeneutics. They are associated with hermeneutics. In the morning also I was asking, what is called cultural poetics? What is also called cultural poetics? It is new historicism, that is also called cultural poetics. New historicism is also called cultural poetics. The Practice of Everyday Life is a book by The Practice of Everyday Life. He's an important figure in culture studies. It is Michel de Certeau, Certeau, Michel de Certeau, who wrote The Linguistic Turn, the book Linguistic Turn. Richard Rorty, Rorty, Richard Rorty wrote The Linguistic Turn. What is also called Cambridge criticism? Practical criticism of I.A. Richards, William Empson, and F.R. Lewis is called Cambridge criticism. Isn't it? Very good. Then Barbara Johnson is associated with what? Barbara Johnson. Barbara Johnson is? No, Barbara Johnson is not race. Barbara Christian, Barbara Smith, those are race. And Barbara Johnson is contemporary to Yale critics. She's associated with deconstruction. Deconstruction. Okay. World of Difference by Barbara Johnson. Do you remember? Very good. Now, who wrote The Great Chain of Being? Who wrote The Great Chain of Being? Arthur Lovejoy. Correct. Arthur Lovejoy. Who wrote The Clash of Civilizations? The Clash of Civilizations. Samuel Huntington. Samuel Huntington. And who wrote The End of History and the Last Man? The End of History and the Last Man. That is Francis Fukuyama. Francis Fukuyama. These are just important writers whom you should remember. I'm sure you just forgot. You know them. You knew them, but you must have forgotten. No problem. This is why we are reminding you. Who wrote connecting feminism, post-feminism and popular culture? Do you know? Angela McRobbie, right? Angela McRobbie, right. Do you remember who wrote a massive history of modern criticism? He's a theorist, actually. It is René Welleck. René Welleck. Right. Who wrote about My Themes? Easy. My Themes. It is Claude Lévi-Strauss. Isn't it Claude Lévi-Strauss? There are branches within post-colonialism, like ethnic studies, diaspora studies, minority studies, refugee studies. Sometimes they might ask something like that also. Okay. Which idea of Michel Foucault did Gayatri Spivak borrow to show how indigenous knowledges are destroyed by colonialism? That is epistemic violence. Epistemic violence. Very good. Who wrote Speculum of the Other Woman? Speculum of the Other Woman. Lucy Irigaray. Lucy Irigaray. All right. Now, it is 8 o'clock, Aksa. I think both of us are continuing with culture studies, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. How are you feeling, everyone? Are you feeling great? Now, remember that not even a professor who listens to 4 hours of revision will be able to remember and recognize everything that happens in 4 hours. No human being will. At least you are hearing, you are recognizing 90% or 99% of this. Only very rarely, what is this? I never heard you feel. Otherwise, you have heard all this. This is the process of learning. It is only in primary school that we can memorize everything for the exam and go and write the exam. In upper primary school also maybe, but we have left primary and upper primary far behind. We are in the phase of education where we just have to hear all these things. Our mind expands, our aim. Why should you remember everything? We are not in primary school. Isn't it? Advanced level learning is not about memorizing. Please stop doing that. Even in the exam, they don't want you to memorize. They want you to apply your general knowledge and common sense. With that, you will be able to clear. It is your complete wrong notion and immaturity to think that if you memorize, you will pass this exam. That is not what this exam is like. Okay? So let us be mature. Let us understand that education is about discussing all these things, right? Right. Okay. So let me go on to cultural studies now. I'm going to tell you some names. If they do not belong to cultural studies, you should tell me. Megan Morris. Megan Morris. Yes or no? Is she a cultural studies theorist? Yes. Sadie Plant. Yes. Tony Bennett. Tony Bennett. Yes, that is also a cultural studies theorist. C.K. Ogden. C.K. Ogden. No, he is the one who is associated with basic English. He collaborated with I.A. Richards. Isn't it? He collaborated with I.A. Richards. Simon During. Simon During. Yes, he is also an important figure in cultural studies. Eric Auerbach. Eric Auerbach, Auerbach. I asked this name because they have asked him in one exam. Eric Auerbach is not culture studies. He wrote about mimesis. Okay, Eric Auerbach wrote about mimesis in 1953 or something. Okay, so don't worry, he is not a culture studies theorist. Okay, then next is, I'm trying to ask you people that you don't know. Oh, everybody you know. Eve Kosowski Sedgwick. Yes, it is cultural studies person. Marcel Proust. Not at all. Not Marcel Proust. Okay. Who wrote Metafiction? Patricia Waugh. Okay, I am bored with all these books and authors. Let me ask you some statements. Shall I? Cultural studies has been an interdisciplinary movement and even an anti-disciplinary movement. True or false? Is cultural studies anti-disciplinary? Yes, it can be called anti-disciplinary. Cultural studies became notorious in the 1960s for its emphasis on pop music icons in place of canonical literature. Cultural studies became notorious in the 1960s for its emphasis on pop music icons instead of canonical literature. I knew that all of you will say true, yes, but it is wrong because it is not in the 1960s. They became heroes in the 1960s. It is in the 1990s that they became notorious. Even those who are saying wrong might not be saying it for the right reason. But remember, it is in the 1990s that they became notorious. In the 1960s, they were doing really well. Everybody was appreciating them. Okay. Culture studies began in the US with the establishment of the Birmingham Center for Contemporary Culture Studies. I knew you would say yes, but there is a small letter mistake. It is not US, but UK. Be alert. There will be hiding problems in the statements. Okay? So culture studies emerged in Britain, not in UK, not US, with the Birmingham Center for Cultural Studies. Okay, next question. Tony Bennett laid the foundations of museum studies. True or false? Tony Bennett laid the foundations of museum studies is true. Okay. Now, you can study Shopper's Stop or Reliance stores or what is it called? Walmart. Under what branch of culture studies? Easy peasy. Shopper's Stop, Reliance, Walmart. Mall culture studies, mall culture. Isn't it? They're all malls, small culture studies. Okay. Do you have something called media ecologies? Yes. In media culture, we talk about media ecologies also. Right? Who is the media theorist who wrote Understanding Media? He talked about medium is the message, global village, hot and cool media. It is Marshall McLuhan. Marshall McLuhan. Okay, Aksa?
Yes. Okay. So tell me, is Donna Haraway a theorist associated with cyber feminism? Is that true? Yes. Is A Cyborg Manifesto a work by Donna Haraway? That is also true. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote The Location of Culture? Who wrote The Location of Culture? It is Homi K. Baba. When was it published? In 1994. 1994. Who popularized the term globalization? Who popularized the term globalization? That is Roland Robertson. Roland Robertson, correct. Okay. Now tell me, who used the expression the medium is the message? That is Marshall McLuhan. Is that true? Yes, it is Marshall McLuhan. Okay. Who wrote the work Neuromancer? Neuromancer. Who wrote the work Neuromancer? That is not Marshall McLuhan. Who wrote it? It is William Gibson. William Gibson wrote Neuromancer in 1984. 1984. Yes, okay. Now tell me, who wrote the work The Long Revolution? The Long Revolution. That is Raymond Williams. It was published in 1961. 1961. Yes. Now tell me, is Alan Sinfield associated with cultural materialism? Is Alan Sinfield associated with cultural materialism? Is that true? Yes, it is true. Correct. Okay.
Jonathan Dollimore and Alan Sinfield wrote Political Shakespeare. And also Alan Sinfield wrote Fault Lines. Shall I? Or
Yes.
okay. Manfred E. Kleins is associated with what term? Manfred E. Kleins. Cyborg, correct? Cyborg. Sylvan Tompkins is a psychologist. Sarah Ahmed is a theorist associated with what? Sylvan Tompkins, Sarah Ahmed. Affect theory, that's right. Affect theory. Sarah Ahmed wrote Cultural Politics of Emotion. Cultural Politics of Emotion. That is right. Very good. Janice Radway. Janice Radway famously studied a certain genre. Which genre did she study? Janice Radway studied which genre? Romance. Janice Radway studied romance. Okay, who wrote Notes on Camp, which is associated with LGBTQ studies? Notes on Camp is easy, you are remembering. It is indeed Susan Sontag. Okay, let me give you a statement. Culture studies was a reaction against the emergence of neoliberalism in Britain and the US. True or false? Culture studies was a reaction against the emergence of neoliberalism. That is right. It is indeed true. Okay. Who talked about circuit of culture? Circuit of culture. Paul Duguay, Stuart Hall, and others. Paul Duguay, Stuart Hall, and others. Leonard J. Davis is associated with which as a branch of culture studies? Leonard J. Davis. He is famously associated with? Yes, disability studies. That's right. He's associated with disability studies. Correct. Who is associated with crip theory? Crip theory, where he talks against compulsory able-bodiedness. Another disability theorist, Robert McCruer. Robert McCruer. Okay. Is Sadie Plant a cyber feminist? Is Sadie Plant a cyber feminist? Yes, Sadie Plant is a cyber feminist. Very good. Okay. Would you like to ask Aksa?
Yes, okay. Now tell me, is Mass Media in Mass Society a work by Richard Hogarth? Is it? It is a work by Richard Hogarth. That is correct. Okay, now tell me, um, is The Uses of Literacy a work by Richard Hogarth? Yes, when was it published? In 1957. In 1957. The Future of Broadcasting is a work by Richard Hogarth. True or false? That is also true. Yes. Between Men, English Literature and Mass and Male Homosexual Desire. Is it a work by Richard Hogarth? No, it is not a work by Richard Hogarth. Yes, correct. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote The Savage Mind? Who wrote The Savage Mind? That is Claude Lévi-Strauss. He talked about the concept of bricolage in The Savage Mind in 1962. Yes. Tell me, is Michel Foucault associated with museum studies? Did he talk about museum studies? Yes, he was involved in museum studies. Correct. Now tell me, is Arjun Appadurai associated with globalization studies? Arjun Appadurai? Yes, he is associated with globalization studies. Now tell me, who wrote Notes on Deconstructing the Popular? Notes on Deconstructing the Popular. That is Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall. Yes, in 1981. It is an essay by Stuart Hall. Who wrote Cultural Reproduction and Social Reproduction? Who wrote Cultural Reproduction and Social Reproduction? In 1977. That is Pierre Bourdieu. Pierre Bourdieu. Cultural Reproduction and Social Reproduction. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote the book titled The Black Atlantic, Modernity and Double Consciousness? This was a PYQ question. It was asked, which book has the subtitle Modernity and Double Consciousness? It is The Black Atlantic. Who wrote The Black Atlantic? It is Paul Gilroy. When was it published? In 1993. The Black Atlantic was published in 1993. That is the same as Culture and Imperialism. Yes, both of these works were published in 1993. It is subtitled Modernity and Double Consciousness.
Okay, shall I ask for some time, Aksa?
Yes.
Right. What is Jackie in the context of cultural studies? It is a magazine for adolescent girls that cultural studies theorists have talked about. Okay, Jackie, and it was a magazine for adolescent women. Right. Uh, do you know if Charles Brunsden and David Morley are associated with gender studies or television studies? Charles Brunsden and David Morley, are they associated with gender studies or television studies? They are associated with television studies. There ain't no black in the Union Jack. Who's the author? There ain't no black in the Union Jack. It is by Paul Gilroy. Paul Gilroy. Paul Gilroy also wrote Black Atlantic. Paul Gilroy also wrote Black Atlantic. There ain't no black in the Union Jack. Isn't it? Okay, tell me true or false. Stuart Hall took up a chair in sociology at the Open University in the UK in 1981. Yes, that is true. Stuart Hall was Jamaican. He had come to England on Rhodes Scholarship and he took up a chair in sociology in the Open University in 1981. That is correct. Very good. Who talked about the term complexification of backlash in feminism? I didn't say backlash, I said complexification of backlash. Everybody is wrong in the chat box. It is Angela McRobbie. Backlash is a book by Susan Faludi. Everybody, you have to stop jumping and answering as soon as something here and there, you know. Think and answer. Okay, otherwise it will become very dangerous in the exam. Complexification of backlash is discussed by Angela McRobbie. It is there in our presentation. All right. And Backlash is a book by Susan Faludi. Okay. Cultural studies, tell me true or false. Cultural studies is a term. Cultural studies is a practice. Cultural studies is the name of a journal. Cultural studies is the name of a person. Which of these is wrong? You can choose more than one. Only D? Only D? Culture studies is a term, correct? Culture studies is a practice, correct? Studying culture, it's a practice. Henna. Culture studies is the founding journal of the movement. Culture studies is a very famous journal. They have asked questions about it also. Culture studies is a journal. Very important journal. Our Janice Radway was one of the editors who wrote about romance. And culture studies is not the name of a person. I just made it up. Okay? Now you will remember, right? Because of my mischievous question, you will remember, I hope. Right. Okay. Do you know who is the author of the book Empire? Who is the author of the book Empire? Michael Hart and Antonio Negri. All of you know that Raymond Williams wrote Culture and Society. And maybe you also know when he published it, 1958. Tell me, what is the subtitle? 2 years it is. Culture and Society. What is the subtitle? What are the years? You should never take things for granted. Study carefully, everything. Arey yaar, what a question. Musibat. 1780 to 1950. 1780 to 1950. Now will you remember? Visualize it. 1780 to 1950. 1780 to 1950. Okay. Okay. Cultural poetics is a term by Stephen Greenblatt, who talked about cultural prosaic. In our culture studies presentation, I have talked about prosaics. Cultural prosaic. Bolo bolo, Bakhtin, correct. It is correct. It is indeed Bakhtin. It is correct. It is Bakhtin. Right, you are. Who is the theorist who talked about discourse? Who is the theorist who wrote about discourse? It is Michel Foucault. That is right. Michel Foucault. That is right. Who wrote How We Became Post-Human? How We Became Post-Human. Catherine Hales. Hayles. Catherine Hales. Catherine Hales. Hayles. All right. Okay. Who is associated with the term network society? Network society. Stein-Bratton, B-R-A-T-E-N. Stein-Bratton is an important figure in post-humanism. Network society. There's also another term, information society. Right? Okay. Are you all tired? You must be tired, right? Aksa, can we do one thing? Can you?
Yes.
I need a little break. Can you ask the questions that we asked already, if you remember?
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask more questions also in between?
More after a while.
Okay.
First, revise a lot that have already, not everything, of course. Revise
Yes.
a lot of things that have already been asked. So
From
that
cultural studies?
they will get the pleasure of answering and
From
give
cultural
options.
studies?
Options.
Just from cultural studies?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't mean a lot, as much as you
Okay.
remember. Will you give
Yes.
me a few minutes break, Aksa? You continue, I'll come now.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. So shall we start? Do you remember? Okay, I'll ask simple questions. Is Donna Haraway associated with cyber feminism? Yes. Did she talk about cyborg manifesto? Is it a work of Donna Haraway? Yes, correct. Yes. Who wrote the work The Location of Culture? The Location of Culture. It is Homi K. Baba. Yes. When was it published? In 1993. In 1993. Or is it 1994? The Location of Culture, 1993 or 4? It is 1994. 1994. Which works were published in 1993? Culture and Imperialism was published in 1993. Yes, correct. Okay. Now tell me, who is known for the phrase, the medium is the message? The medium is the message. It is Marshall McLuhan. Marshall McLuhan. Who wrote a work titled Understanding Media, The Extensions of Man? Understanding Media. That is also Marshall McLuhan. Marshall McLuhan. Yes. Who is associated with the term globalization? Globalization is a term of Roland Robertson, correct. Who is known for the concept culture industry? Culture industry is a term coined by Horkheimer and Adorno. In which work? In the Dialectic of Enlightenment. When was the Dialectic of Enlightenment published? In 1972. In 1972. Who talked about the concept of intertextuality? That is Julia Kristeva. It is Julia Kristeva. Okay. Now, is Arjun Appadure associated with globalization? Is that true? Yes. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote Neuromancer? Who wrote Neuromancer? This was a PYQ question. Who wrote Neuromancer? It is William Gibson. William Gibson wrote Neuromancer in 1984. Yes. The Medium is the Message is a work by Marshall McLuhan. Is that true? Is that true? Yes, it is. It is a work of Marshall McLuhan. The Medium is the Message. An Inventory of Effects is a work by Marshall McLuhan. Correct. Now tell me, is Alan Sinfield associated with cultural materialism? Alan Sinfield, yes, Alan Sinfield and Jonathan Dollimore wrote Political Shakespeare. Both of them wrote Political Shakespeare. Yes, correct. Now tell me, is Manfred E. Klein's associated with post-humanism? Is that true? Manfred E. Klein's, yes, is associated with post-humanism. Post-humanism. Okay. When was Discipline and Punish published? When was Discipline and Punish published? In 1975. Who wrote it? Who wrote Discipline and Punish? It is Foucault. It is Foucault. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, encoding and decoding in the television discourse is a work of encoding, decoding. It is a work of Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall. It was published in 1973. 1973. Okay. I'll ask you a few simple questions. Now, who first used the term cultural studies? Who used it for the first time? It is Richard Hogarth. Who founded CCCS? Who founded it? That is also Richard Hogarth. What is the full form of CCCS? Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies. Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies. The Uses of Literacy is a work of Richard Hogarth. Is that true? Yes, it is true. When was it published? In 1957. 1957. Who wrote Culture and Society? Culture and Society? That is also Raymond Williams. Raymond Williams. Who wrote The Savage Mind? The Savage Mind. Savage Mind? Levi-Strauss. Claude Levi-Strauss. One new question, okay? Resources of Hope is a collection of essays by Raymond Williams. Is that true? Resources of Hope is a collection of essays by Raymond Williams. That is true. It is correct. Okay. Next one. Pierre Bourdieu wrote the work titled Cultural Reproduction and Social Reproduction. True or false? It is true. Pierre Bourdieu wrote Cultural Reproduction and Social Reproduction. The Empire Strikes Back is a work published by CCCS. Empire Strikes Back. The Empire Strikes Back is a work published by CCCS. That is true. That is true. Who wrote Notes on Deconstructing the Popular? Notes on Deconstructing the Popular. It is Stuart Hall. Is it a book or an essay? It is an essay by Stuart Hall. It was published in 1981. Now tell me, Modernity and Double Consciousness is the subtitle of? Modernity and Double Consciousness is the subtitle of The Black Atlantic. Who wrote The Black Atlantic? Who wrote it? It is Paul Gilroy. When was it published? In 1993. So in 1993, we have The Black Atlantic, Culture and Imperialism. These works were published in 1993. You remember the year 1990? There were several works published. Gender Trouble was published. Nation and Narration was published. Epistemology of the Closet was published. All these works came out in the year 1990. Yes, correct. Now, who is associated with the work, The Dialectic of Enlightenment? The Dialectic of Enlightenment. Horkheimer and Adorno. Horkheimer and Adorno. It was published in 1972. 1972. When was the Location of Culture published? The Location of Culture in 1994. 1994. Panopticon was an idea originally developed by Panopticon Foucault. In which work? In which work? In Discipline and Punish. When was Discipline and Punish published? Discipline and Punish. It is Michel Foucault in 1975. 1975. Did Edward Sawyer talk about third space? Did Edward Sawyer talk about third space? Yes. Who wrote Understanding Media, the work titled Understanding Media? It is Marshall McLuhan. Marshall McLuhan in 1964. In 1964.
Shall I?
Yes.
Okay. Please take a break, Aksa. I will continue for some time. Yes. Do you remember the concept of ambivalence? I will give you who is the person who coined the term ambivalence? Homi Bhabha. Let me give you a sentence. Tell me if it is true or false. Okay, will you do that? The concept of ambivalence supports the clear-cut authority of the colonial domination because it disturbs the simple relationship between colonizer and colonized. Once again, the concept of ambivalence supports the clear-cut authority of colonial domination because it disturbs the simple relationship between colonizer and colonized. It is wrong because the concept of ambivalence does not support colonial domination. What I said supports is wrong. Once again, I will repeat. The concept, I will say the correct sentence. The concept of ambivalence disrupts, let us say, the concept of ambivalence disrupts the authority of colonial domination because it disturbs the simple relationship between colonizer and colonized. The concept of ambivalence is disrupting or disturbing the authority of colonial domination. Now clear? Okay, let me give you another statement. The seeds of humanism were sown through the counterculture movements of the 1960s, throughout the counterculture movements of the 1960s. What are you saying? Wrong. The seeds of humanism. Humanism came in Renaissance period. Why would seeds be sown in counterculture movement? I just made it up. The seeds of humanism were sown during the Renaissance, not during counterculture movement or anything. Counterculture movement is anti-humanistic. Did you understand? Humanism came with Renaissance, with French Revolution, with American Revolution. I hope it is clear. Okay. Is it true or false? In the order of things, Foucault notoriously declared the death of man. In the order of things, 1966, Foucault notoriously declared the death of man. Is it true? It is true. He did talk about the death of man. He did talk about the death of man. Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Who talked about archi-écriture or archi-writing? Simple. It is not even culture studies. Yes, it is Derrida. Simple question. Who talked about critical theory and culture industry? Critical theory and culture industry. It is Adorno and Horkheimer. Very good. Adorno and Horkheimer. Okay, tell me if this statement is correct. Counterculture can be looked upon as a balancing act, that some core values of a counterculture should present a direct challenge to the core values of a dominant culture. True or false? Do you want me to repeat? Counterculture can be deemed a balancing act, that some core values of a counterculture should present a direct challenge to the core values of a dominant culture. True. It is true. Counterculture is a balancing act. That is true. Okay. The movie The Terminator of Arnold Schwarzenegger is an example for cyberpunk. True or false? What is cyberpunk? It is true. The Terminator, The Matrix, they're all cyberpunk. What do you mean by cyberpunk? It will show artificial intelligence, mega corporations, hacking, AI, correct? Computerized information. Are there cyberpunk elements in Calcutta chromosome? Are there cyberpunk elements in Calcutta chromosome? Yes, there are cyberpunk elements in Calcutta chromosome. Isn't it? Very good. Bruce Sterling, Rudy Rucker, are they practitioners of cyberpunk? Bruce Sterling, Rudy Rucker, yes, they are. Bruce Sterling, Rudy Rucker, William Gibson. When you go to the exam, it should not be like, I never heard all this before. At least you should think, I heard all this, but I can't remember. So let me write C. Please understand that all the professors out there, they are not know-alls who know everything. They are also studying. You are also studying. At both ends of the academic pole, beginning and end, everybody is studying. So don't worry. We can do it. Isn't it? Yes. All right. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. This is related to dialectics of Hegel. True or false? It is true. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Related to dialectics. Okay, very good. I'm going to tell you the names of a lot of people. You should tell me what theory they are belonging to. Will you do that? Paul Gilroy. Wait. Don't jump and answer. William Safran. Vijay Mishra. Sudesh Mishra. Sounds like diasporic Indians. Okay, that was a clue. So, which theory? That's right, diasporic critics. Paul Gilroy, William Safran, correct hai? Vijay Mishra, Sudesh Mishra. They are diaspora critics. Okay, easy. As I told you in the exam, think plain, simply. Don't overthink. Don't complicate things. They sound like diaspora critics, so let me write diaspora critics like that. You should think like a simple student, not like a very overthinking, complicated student. Okay? When you do like that, it will help you to get many correct answers, in fact. Okay, the laugh of the Medusa, visual pleasure and narrative cinema, Grimace by Salman Rushdie. All these happened in which year? The laugh of the Medusa, visual pleasure and narrative cinema, Grimace by Salman Rushdie, 1975. 1975. Okay. McDonald's make ads separately for USA, for China, for India, for different countries and cultures. McDonald's will make ads separately. Which concept of Stuart Hall is the motive behind this? Which concept of Stuart Hall? It can be model of communication, but what I meant is Stuart Hall did not talk about globalization. It is encoding, decoding. Yes, our encoding should suit the culture. Otherwise, they will decode in some other way. You understand? Encoding, decoding. Did you like that question? Are you getting me? In encoding, decoding, he talked about preferred reading, oppositional reading. Do you remember? Okay. So I belong to a certain gender, I belong to a certain culture, I have a certain education, and with all this, I am entering the field of education and becoming a teacher there. What ideas of Pierre Bourdieu are uh, associated with this context? What ideas of Pierre Bourdieu? Correct. Habitus and field. Habitus and field. Well, that is right. Also, Pierre Bourdieu talked about cultural capital. Cultural capital, which is the concept that Michel Foucault talked about. Then, before that, Nietzsche talked about. Nietzsche and Michel Foucault talked about which concepts? Genealogy, how ideas come into being, how disciplines come into being, genealogy and archaeology. Archaeology is about a discourse, how a discourse comes into being. Genealogy is about usually a person. Will you remember that? Okay. Michael Werner, okay? Michael Werner developed a concept in queer theory and transgender studies to denote how the mainstream society is advocating heterosexuality. What is that concept? Michael Werner, Werner. It is heteronormativity. Heteronormativity. Okay, I had told you already. Who talked about compulsory able-bodiedness? It was Adrian Rich who talked about compulsory sexuality. Compulsory heterosexuality. Who talked about compulsory able-bodiedness? It is Robert McCrewer in developing crip theory. Robert McCrewer in developing the concept of crip theory. Okay. Okay. Chicken tikka masala is the main dish in England. What theory does it illustrate? Chicken tikka masala is the main theory in England. I will say that, Shravasti. It is hybridity. There is another word related to hybridity. Syncretism. Syncretism. Okay, guys. Guy standing in the corner talked about the lowest of the low people in the society. What is that word? The guy standing in the corner. What am I talking about? Precariat. Precariat is a term coined by Guy Standing. Zygmunt Bauman wrote about what? Zygmunt Bauman. It talked about liquid modernity. These are our little funny codes to de-stress ourselves, isn't it? De-stressing codes. Zygmunt Bauman talked about liquid modernity. Very good. Okay. Who talked about the concept of organic intellectual? Who talked about the concept of organic intellectual? It is Antonio Gramsci. Antonio Gramsci. Okay, tell me true or false. Tell me true or false. Louis Althusser did not believe in base superstructure. Rather, he talked about relative autonomy. True or false? Louis Althusser did not talk about base and superstructure. Rather, he talked about relative autonomy. That is true. That is true. Who wrote Capitalism and Schizophrenia, within which there are two works, Anti-Oedipus and A Thousand Plateaus? Anti-Oedipus and A Thousand Plateaus. It is indeed Deleuze and Guattari. Deleuze and Guattari. Correct hai? So who wrote the book Subculture? Who wrote the book Subculture? Subculture, Dick Hadish, Hbdige. Who wrote the book The Making of a Counterculture? Who wrote the book The Making of a Counterculture? Bola bola. It is Theodore Roszak. Making of the English working class is E.P. Thompson. Making of the English working class is E.P. Thompson. Making of a subculture is Theodore Roszak. Making of a counterculture, sorry. Making of a counterculture is Theodore Roszak. Come to trauma studies. Do you know who wrote Unclaimed Experience? Is it Kathy Carruth or Kali Thal? Unclaimed Experience, Kathy Carruth. What did Kali Thal write? Worlds of Hurt. Isn't it? Worlds of Hurt. Kali Thal's work, Worlds of Hurt, is based on literature. Reading the literatures of trauma. Kathy Carruth wrote Unclaimed Experience, Trauma, Narrative, and History. Okay, Sigmund Freud wrote about hysteria along with whom? Sigmund Freud wrote about hysteria along with whom? Joseph Breuer. Joseph Breuer. Breuer. Joseph Breuer. Okay? All right. Stain Bratton, I asked you this already. Stain Bratton coined the term network. Is it network media or network society or network theory? Network society. Network society. Rosalind Coward, in her book Female Desire, talked about food porn. Is it correct? Rosalind Coward, in the book Female Desire, wrote about food porn. Is it correct? It is correct. She was not a coward. She wrote about food porn. Okay? She wrote about food porn. Correct. Very good. There is a cyber feminist. Cyber feminist who wrote zeros and ones. Is she a plant or a tree or a bush? These are the three options. Who is the cyber feminist who wrote zeros and ones? Is she a plant or a tree or a bush? The answer is Sadie Plant. Sadie. Sadie Plant. Sadie Plant is a cyber feminist. है ना? Cyber feminist. Sadie Plant. Okay, very good. So who coined the term food porn in Female Desire? Rosalind Coward. Rosalind Coward. The Great Indian Middle Class is a book by The Great Indian Middle Class. Pavan K. Verma. Pavan K. Verma. Okay. Tell me if it is true or false. Nancy Chodorow talked about childhood. Nancy Chodorow talked about childhood. Actually, I don't know whether she talked about childhood, but she wrote a very famous book about motherhood. Anyway. Okay, motherhood. Who wrote Powers of Horror? Powers of Horror, where she talked about abjection. Julia Kristeva. Julia Kristeva. Okay, let me give you a sentence. Tell me true or false. David Halperin wrote 100 Years of Solitude. Really? David Halperin. Halperin, wrote 100 years of homosexuality. Aha, David Halperin, okay, wrote 100 years of homosexuality, not solitude. Okay. Transsexual Empire is by Janice Raymond. True or false? Transsexual Empire, Halperin. Janice Raymond, Raymond. Janice Raymond. What did David Halperin write? Halperin. 100 years of homosexuality. All right. Who wrote the book Between Men? To talk about homosociality. Homosociality. It is Eve Kosofsky, Sedgwick. Which term did William Rueckert, Rueckert, which term did William Rueckert first use? William Rueckert, Rueckert, eco-criticism. It is eco-criticism. Okay, Aksa, before Aksa falls asleep, let us ask Aksa to ask a couple of questions.
Okay. So ma'am was mentioning about visual pleasure and narrative cinema a while before. You tell me who wrote it? Visual pleasure and narrative cinema. It is Laura Mulvey. She coined that term. She introduced a concept in this essay. Which is this concept? It is the male gaze. Male gaze. When was this work published? It was published in 1973. It was published in 1973. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, is Silent Spring by Rachel Carson a work associated with eco-criticism? Is it associated with eco-criticism? Yes. Who is credited with the first use of the term eco-criticism? It is William Rueckert. William Rueckert. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote Forms of Time and Of the Chronotop in the novel? Forms of Time and Of the Chronotop in the novel. It is, this person talked about heteroglossia. He talked about polyphony. Who is it? It is Mikhail Bakhtin. It is Mikhail Bakhtin. He coined the term in this essay. Which is this term? It is chronotop. Chronotop. Is gender trouble associated with transgender studies? Is gender trouble associated with transgender studies? Yes. Correct.
Aksa, I want to play a game. This is boring. I will ask one question, you will ask one question. Like that. One.
Okay.
Okay. Who wrote The Pedagogy of the Oppressed? Is it Paulo Coelho or Paulo Freire? The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Paulo Coelho or Paulo Freire? Freire. It is the second one, Paulo Freire. Okay, Aksa.
Okay. Who wrote the work Between Men, English Literature and Male Homosocial Desire? It is Eve Kosofsky Sedgwick in 1985.
Wonderful. All right. There is a book called Meta History. It is subtitled The Historical Imagination in 19th Century Europe. Okay? It is by Hayden White. Now, what is the theme of meta history? Is it what happened in history or historical studies as a discipline or the meaninglessness of history? 1, 2, 3. What is the story? What is the theme of meta history? The historical imagination in 19th century Europe by Hayden White. Is it what happened in history? Is it historical studies as a discipline or the meaninglessness of history? It is 2. Hayden White talked about the theory of historical studies, the nature and meaning of history as a discipline, the cause and implications of historical change. Isn't it? Yes. Aksa, ball is in your court.
She is a Belgian-born French feminist. She wrote words like speculum of the other woman and this sex which is not one. Who is this author? Speculum of the other woman, this sex which is not one. Who is it? It is Lucy Irigaray. Lucy Irigaray.
All right. You all know that Jacques Derrida wrote De la Grammatologie. You might also know that grammatology is a term coined by Ignace Gelb. You might also know that of De la Grammatology was translated by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak. Now my question is, when was the English translation published? It was 1 year after something big happened, like Grimace was published. Very big thing happened in that year. Grimace was published. Heat and Dust got Booker Prize. It was in 1976. 1976. Okay, Aksa.
Okay. The actual name of this person is Gloria Jane Watkins. She wrote her first book in 1981. It is titled Ain't I a Woman? It is bell hooks. It is bell hooks, correct.
I was showing like this ting ting bell and hooks. Okay, who is associated with the concepts social imaginary and disjuncture? Social imaginary and disjuncture. He wrote a book, Modernity at Large, Cultural Dimensions of Globalization. He also wrote the essay, Disjuncture and Difference in Global Cultural Economy. It is indeed Apna Arjun Apadre. Aksa. Sorry, that was an example of meta thesis. Okay.
Work titled Meta History, subtitled The Historical Imagination in 19th Century Europe. This was a seminal work in historiography. Who wrote this work and in which year? Hayden White wrote it in 1973. Meta History. Yes.
History. 73. Meta history. Okay. We made a code earlier. J and B. What was that? Judith Butler. Isn't it? I said 90, some 53 was the answer. Not Judith Butler, somebody else it was. I said J is like 5 and 3 is like, B is like 3. I don't know. Remember. And forget all that. Speed and politics. James Baldwin. James Baldwin. That is 53. Correct. Okay. Speed and politics is comparing the modern city to war speed. He created the concept of dromology. Who's that? War city. Yeah. Speed, politics, war city, dromology. Paul Virilio. Paul Virilio. Okay, Aksa.
Okay. In which work did Mikhail Bakhtin introduce the term chronotop? In which work did he introduce the term chronotop? This was an essay published in 1937. Forms of Time and of the Chronotop in the Novel. Forms of Time and of the Chronotop in the Novel. There is chronotop in the title itself. So that is the place where he talked about chronotop for the first time in 1937.
All right. Cultural materialism was the term coined in which book by Raymond Williams? Cultural materialism was a term coined in which book? It is in Marxism and Literature. Who wrote Marxism and Literary Criticism? Terry Eagleton. Who wrote Marxism and Form? Frederick Jameson. Marxism and literature, Raymond Williams. Marxism and literary criticism, Terry Eagleton. Marxism and form, Frederick Jameson. Aksa, your last question because it's 9 o'clock.
Yes. So tell me, oh no, I don't have a question. Wait.
Okay, I will ask then.
When was Bodies That Matter published? It is related to transgender studies. When was it published? In 1990, 1990, 1993, 1993, 1993. Bodies That Matter. Who wrote Bodies That Matter? Judith Butler. She also wrote Gender Trouble in 1990. Yes.
So we are going to talk about, oh my God, it is linguistics. We will make it fun, guys. You don't have to worry. I am confident we will have fun, guys. Are you confident? Aksa?
Yes, ma'am. Ankita is also here.
Yes. Are you also there, Aksa, or you are
No,
retiring for the night? No?
Ankita is here.
Ankita, did you have something to eat?
Yes.
Dear friends on Zoom and YouTube, please have something to eat. Okay. I tell my son, he's in Canada, I tell my son, Mone, have something to eat. And he says, no, I won't. I said, why? You're so disobedient. Have something to eat. He says, something restaurant pe nahi milta. Oh, bad joke. Okay. All right. Now, Aksa, let us ask Ankita to start because we are both out of breath. Ankita, you can start with linguistics.
Okay. Okay. Tell me, what is the full form of LAD and who is associated with LAD? LAD. Yes, LAD means language acquisition device. And it is Chomsky who is associated with LAD, and it refers to the innate biological capacity for language in humans. Okay, right. Tell me, the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is associated with what? Let me give you options. Is it with syntax theory or first language acquisition or language and thought? Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is associated with what? Language and thought, correct. Language and thought.
And it is also called linguistic relativity.
Yes.
Yeah, linguistic relativity also. Okay.
Next,
Very
tell
good.
me.
Yeah, you ask.
Okay. Interlanguage is a term coined by whom? Interlanguage is a term coined by Larry Selinker. Larry Selinker. Next, tell me, the Grimm's Law. What does it talk about or explain? The Grimm's Law. What does it talk about? It talks about the sound shifts in Germanic languages. Sound shifts in Germanic languages. Okay. Implicature is associated with whom? Implicature. H.P. Grice. H.P. Grice. Apologize. Apologize is a dash verb. Apologize is a dash verb. It's a performative verb. Performative verb. Who talked about performative utterances? Who talked about performative utterances? It is J.L. Austin. J.L. Austin. Okay.
Can I ask? Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, Romanian. What are they called? Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, and Romanian. What are they called? They are Romance languages. Romance languages descended from or developed from? Romance languages developed from vulgar Latin. Vulgar Latin. Okay. In Panini's, vulgar is a form of Latin. In Panini's Ashtadhyayi, was phonetics discussed? Phonetics. In Panini's Ashtadhyayi, was it discussed? Yes, there was a reference to phonetics and discussion of phonetics in Panini's Ashtadhyayi. Very good. You said it. So the study of the distribution and patterns of speech sounds is called what? The study of the distribution and patterns of speech sounds is called what? It is called phonology. It is called phonology, isn't it? Phonology. Word formation comes within which branch of linguistics? Word formation comes within morphology of linguistics. Who famously wrote about loan words, Indian loan words? He was a professor of Andhra University, vice chancellor, in fact. It is Subbarao, G. Subbarao. Okay. Pitch, intonation, rhythm, stress, all these are called what? Pitch, intonation, they are called suprasegmentals. Suprasegmentals. The basic unit of lexical meaning or dictionary meaning is called what? The basic unit of lexical meaning or dictionary meaning, it is called a lexeme. It is called a lexeme. The rules governing the permitted order of morphemes within a word. Listen carefully. The rules pertaining to the permitted order of morphemes within a word. Do you know the name of that? Morphotactics. How can morphemes come within this word? That is morphotactics. Okay. Tofu is a word in English that has come from Chinese. Tofu. Is it a kind of word formation? If yes, what is it called? Is it neologism? Is it conversion? Is it back formation? Or is it borrowing? It is borrowing, correct. It is borrowing. That is right. Okay. Words sharing the same pronunciation but with different meanings. What are they called? Same pronunciation, bank, bank. I tell my friend, come to the bank. And she goes and stands in the river bank, whereas I am in the ICICI bank. It is homonym. Homonym. Okay. Business originally meant the state of being very busy. But now it includes a certain type of work where you are starting a company, etc. What is that called? Simply being busy. From that, it becomes a certain type of work. It is called semantic broadening or generalization. Semantic broadening or generalization. Okay. Was Ferdinand de Saussure a behaviorist? Was Ferdinand de Saussure a behaviorist? No. He was not. He was a structuralist. Were the Prague linguistic people functionalists? Yes. They were functionalists. Isn't it? Very good. Is Charles Sanders Peirce the author of Introduction to the Study of Language and also Language, 2 books? Charles Sanders Peirce. Did he write Introduction to the Study of Language, 1 book, 1914, another book, Language, 1935? No, it is Leonard Bloomfield. These are two pioneering works by Leonard Bloomfield. Eventually, Leonard Bloomfield became a behaviorist. Okay, who is associated with the concept of tag mimics? Who coined the term tag mimics, a certain kind of analysis using tag memes? Kenneth L. Pike. Do you remember? Kenneth L. Pike. Tag mimics. Okay? Right. Okay, Ankita, are you ready?
Yes. Okay, tell me. Bhartrihari's concept of sphota refers to what? Bhartrihari's concept of sphota. It refers to the indivisible linguistic unit of meaning. Sphota refers to the indivisible linguistic unit of meaning. And what are the three levels of analysis in Bhartrihari's linguistic philosophy? What are the three levels of analysis in Bhartrihari's linguistic philosophy? The three levels are Vakya, Pratibha, and Sphota. Vakya, Pratibha, and Sphota. What is IPA? What is IPA? IPA is International Phonetic Alphabet. International Phonetic Alphabet. And it was established during which time? It was established during which time? In the late 19th century. In the late 19th century. Right. Next, tell me. The monitor model was proposed by whom? The monitor model was proposed by whom? It was proposed by Stephen Krashen. Stephen Krashen. Okay? Right. Okay. Who talked about generative grammar? Who talked about generative grammar? It was Chomsky. Noam Chomsky. Right. Okay.
Shall I? Okay. I will give you some sentences. You tell me whether they are true or false. Okay. Lang refers to the a priori principles of language. True or false? Lang refers to the a priori principles of language. Is it true or false? It is true. A priori means what exists before we speak or before we come in. Orthography, somebody was asking, it means the science of writing. Orthography. Louis Hemslave is a Danish linguist associated with glossomatics. True or false? Louis Hemslave is a Danish linguist associated with glossomatics. That is true. That is true. Daniel Jones followed Chomskyan tradition. True or false? Daniel Jones, Henry Sweet, Daniel Jones, etc. followed. They critiqued Chomskyan tradition because they believe that language is a social product. Henry Sweet, Daniel Jones. They were anti-Chomskyan. Henry Sweet, the linguist, is the model for a famous character in literature. Which character? Henry Sweet, the linguist, is a model for a famous character in literature. Which character? When I say the answer, you will be like, oh no, I could have said this. Pygmalion, correct. Henry Higgins. Henry Sweet, Bernard Shaw says this in the preface. Henry Sweet is a model for Henry Higgins. Competence and performance are ideas developed by Noam Chomsky. True or false? Competence and performance. It is true. Noam Chomsky also talked about deep structure and surface structure. True or false? That is also true. It is a very basic idea in generative grammar. Isn't it? Generative grammar. Yes. PS grammar was developed by Noam Chomsky. True or false? Face structure grammar. True. IC analysis was developed by Noam Chomsky. True or false? IC analysis. False. IC analysis is Leonard Bloomfield. IC analysis was developed by Leonard Bloomfield. Okay? Ankita.
Who wrote the anthology, The Linguistic Turn? The Linguistic Turn, it's an anthology by Richard Rorty. Richard Rorty. A language game. It's a philosophical concept that was developed by whom? Yes, it was developed by Ludwig Wittgenstein. Ludwig Wittgenstein. Saussure's Course in General Linguistics was compiled by whom? Saussure's Course in General Linguistics, published in 1916. It's a book that was compiled by Charles Bailey and Albert Shehai. Charles Bailey and Albert Shehai. Okay. Okay, next tell me. What is the difference between signifier and signified? Difference between signifier and signified. Signifier is the, yes, the sound object. And the signified is the concept. Right. Okay.
Shall I?
Ha
Leonard Bloomfield and Rowland Wells, Roulon. Leonard Bloomfield and Rowland Wells together developed which concept? First, Leonard Bloomfield developed and then Rowland Wells further developed it. Which concept? IC analysis. Immediate constituent analysis was first introduced by Leonard Bloomfield and then further developed by Rowland Wells, Roulonwells. Okay. The new area of linguistics called corpus linguistics is the study of samples of real life text. Is it true or false? Corpus linguistics studies samples of real life texts, real life language. Is it true or false? It is true. It is true. Correct. Corpus linguistics. Forensic linguistics is a new area in criminology. Is it true or false? Will anybody talk about forensic linguistics? Yes. Kitchen linguistics is an important area in linguistics. True or false? False. I just made it up. Okay. Let me ask you something. The speech habits particular to a person, what are they called? The speech habits particular to a person, what is it called? Idiolect. Idiolect, isn't it? Haven't you heard of that? Yes, idiolect. Okay. A variety of language specific to a particular situation or profession, what is it called? A variety of language particular to a profession, not register, not jargon, it is register. 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 Okay. Who studied language change for the first time and laid the foundations of sociolinguistics? Who studied language change for the first time? It is William Labov. William Labov. Okay. Tell me true or false. In the direct method of language acquisition, all instruction is given in the new language, encouraging learners to think in that language. True or false? True. It is true. Correct hai? Audio-lingual method of language acquisition involves repetition and paraphrasing. True or false? Audio-lingual methods. Repetition and paraphrasing. Correct. It is correct. What is the style of language acquisition? Suppose I'm saying, open the door. And I'm showing how to open the door. So you open the door. Sit down. I'm showing how to sit down. What is this? And command is not a language acquisition method. What pattern of method of acquisition is this? Let us eat. I'm acting out everything. It is total physical response. Not command. There is no method called command. We are acting it out. I'm saying the word and acting it out. Isn't it? That is called total physical response. If I am a teacher and I give total, I shouldn't use the word total, I give complete emphasis on exposing the person to the new language. What is that called? It is a stress-free exposure to the new language. No grammar, no correction, nothing. It is called natural approach. What is the full form of TBL? What is the full form of TBL? Task-based language acquisition, correct. Or language teaching. Georgy Lozanov is associated with which approach? Georgy Lozanov. Suggestopedia. That's right. It is Suggestopedia. Very good. I think we talked about a lot of the approaches. Who is the propounder of silent way of language acquisition? I love this, Ankita. Such a brilliant method of teaching. Caleb Gattegno's silent way. You know what, Ankita? Teacher keeps quiet and lets the students understand. Wow, what a brilliant. I think we should follow this in the next batch net. Admissions
Yes.
are going on. No, I am kidding. Oh no. अपने ही पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार दिया. I will teach everything in detail, okay? गलती हो गई, sorry. Caleb Gattegno, silent way. Before I say more stupid things, Sangeeta, please ask questions for some time.
Okay. Okay, tell me, which pioneer of structural linguistics was born in 1896? Which pioneer of structural linguistics was born in 1896? It is Roman Jakobson. Roman Jakobson was born in 1896. Okay, tell me, what is a plosive? What is a plosive? Yes, it's a sound which is produced with a complete blockage of the pulmonic airstream. It is a plosive. Okay, right. Tell me, what is a syntagmatic? What is a syntagmatic? It a reference to the linear sequence of elements, which contrasts directly with the vertical axis. It is paradigmatic. Okay. Tell me, what is allomorph? What is allomorph? They often will give you match the followings. One term, there is terms on the one hand and the meanings on the other. What is an allomorph? It is a non-distinctive variant of a morpheme. It's a non-distinctive variant of a morpheme. Okay, right. Next, tell me, and what is morphology? What is morphology? Morphology is, yes, it is the level of linguistics or branch of linguistics which is concerned with the structure of words. Structure of words. Okay, right. Next, tell me, lab from laboratory, bus from omnibus. These are examples of what? Lab from laboratory, bus from omnibus. These are examples of clipping. Clipping. Okay. What is lexeme? What is lexeme? Lexeme. What is lexeme? Yes, it is the smallest unit which is recognized as semantically independent in the lexicon of a language. Lexeme is the smallest unit which is recognized as semantically independent in the lexicon of a language. Okay, and what is lexicon? What is lexicon? Lexicon is the vocabulary of language. Lexicon is the vocabulary of language. Okay.
Okay, shall I? Who is the propounder of systemic functional grammar? Systemic functional grammar. Grammar is seen as the resource for making meanings. It is M.A.K. Halliday. M.A.K. Halliday. M.A.K. Halliday belonged to what is called London School. Okay, Hemslave belonged to Copenhagen School. Saussure, Shahai, Boli, they belong to Geneva School. Okay? Right. What is the simplified form of fusion language that emerges when two mutually unintelligible languages come into connection with each other? Like English or Manglish. What is that called? It is pidgin. Pidgin. A stable natural language developed from a mixture of languages is called Creole. A stable national language, natural language that becomes the first language of people. That is Creole. Is there anybody here using Duolingo? Is there anybody using Duolingo to study to learn some language? What are you doing when you use Duolingo? What are you doing? What kind of language acquisition or learning are you doing? Easy. Call computer assisted language learning. Computer assisted language learning. Have you heard of dogme language teaching? DOGME. Dogme language teaching means a communicative approach without textbooks. A communicative approach that focuses only on communication. No textbooks or anything. Okay? Okay. Suppose I speak Malayalam and Ankita speaks Bengali. And we speak like that. We communicate like that. Without a link language. What is that method called? I will speak Malayalam, you speak Bengali, Ankita. What is that called? What is that method called? It's a way of learning. You will learn Malayalam and I will learn Bengali. That happens always in our tourist centers, etc. Foreigners come, they will speak English to people. The people will speak Malayalam. It is called cross-talk method. Cross-talk method. Suppose you are a person who does not know English and you go to the UK and you live there. What is that called? If it is a classroom, then it is called direct method. If you're just going and living in UK and you come back 1 or 2 years later speaking native English, what is that called? Immersion method. Immersion method. All right. My husband Sudeep, while we all watch movies and read novels, he is very interested in reading dictionaries. He learns words. He has great knowledge of vocabulary. He learns words and collocations. What method is that of language learning? Easy to understand. Guess. Lexical method. Lexical method. Okay. Good. Now, what is calc? CALQUE. What is calc? CALQUE. What is another word for it? Loan translation. From another language, you are translating exactly like that. That is the meaning of calc. Did you understand? For example, it's famous that Adam's apple is a calc of LOAN, loan translation. You're asking me to give examples. Where were you in my linguistics class? I was going to ask you examples. Adam's apple is a direct translation from French. All right. What is like calc? One more term is there. Patois. What is patois? Patois. Dialect of a particular region. Dialect of a particular region that is inferior. Like Cockney is patois. A dialect that is inferior, or the language of a social group that is inferior. That is called patois. Okay. Is Latin a dead language? Yes. Why? You can still buy Latin dictionary. You can still buy Latin books. Why is Latin a dead language? It is not dead, is it? Because it is not used for speaking. Because it is not used for communication. That is why it is called a dead language. Very good. Now, another question. Aspects of the theory of syntax. Who's the author? Aspects of the theory of syntax. Noam Chomsky. Do you know the year of publication? Aspects of the theory of syntactic structures is 1957. Syntactic structures is 1957. Aspects of the theory of syntax. Is it 1951? It is a book that came in 1965. Syntactic structures was the first one. I think, Ankita, they have asked this in exam. I'm wondering where I saw this. I language, E language, Chomsky.
Yes.
He found a distinction between everything they have asked till now is in this book. This is a super awesome book, and also this book. Easiest, small and so useful. Contemporary literary theory and culture studies, culture studies, and also easy handbook on linguistics. Okay, I language and E language. It is internal language and external language. Internal language and external language. All right. Very good. Do you have more questions, Sangeeta?
Huh. Okay, tell me, what is the form of speech which is used especially by mothers in talking to very young children? That
Once upon a time, and a very good time it was, there was a moo cow coming down along the road. And this moo cow that was coming down along the road met a nice little boy named Baby Takku.
it is called motherse.
Madriz.
M-O-T-H. Madriz, sorry, Madriz. M-O-T-H-E-R-E-S-E. Madriz. Okay. Okay, tell me, borrowing of a linguistic item of Hindi into Punjabi is a case of what? Borrowing of a linguistic item from Hindi, of Hindi into Punjabi is a case of intimate borrowing. Intimate borrowing. A line on a map dividing areas whose dialects differ in some respects is called what? It came in one of the set exams recently. A line on a map dividing areas whose dialects differ in some respects is called an isogloss. It is called an isogloss. Okay, right. Huh.
Should I?
Huh.
If for special, you say is special. If for school, you say is school or school. What is that called? Is special, is school, school. That is a kind of word formation called prosthesis. Prosthesis. Directives, commissives, expressives, declarations. What are they? Directives, commissives, expressives, declarations. What are they? They are the four kinds of speech acts. The four kinds of speech acts. Photo. Some people say photum. What is that? Paragogue. Paragogue. G-O-G-U-E. Paragogue. Okay. Who was Claude Lévi-Strauss's teacher, who laid the foundations of historical linguistics in US? Claude Lévi-Strauss's teacher. Franz Boas, B-O-A-S, Franz Boas, who talked about 6 functions of language. Who talked about 6 functions of language? Emotive function of the addresser, conative function of the addressee, referential function or context, poetic function or message, phatic function or contact, and metalingual function or code. Who talked about all this? Roman Jakobson. Let us say, I will say the function, you say the element of communication. Okay? Emotive function. Emotive function. What is that? Addresser. Conative function. Addressee. Okay. Metalingual function. Code. Poetic function. Poetic function. Message. Referential function. Context. Phatic function. Contact. Very good. Who argued that Sanskrit is the mother of Latin and all Indo-European language, Indo-Asian languages? William Jones. Who talked about design features of language? Design features of language. Charles F. Hockett. Charles F. Hockett. All right. Do you know who talked about cardinal vowels? That is also PYQ. Cardinal vowels. Who systematized the cardinal vowels? Cardinal vowels are pronounced when the tongue is in extreme position, front, back, or high or low. Who talked about cardinal vowels? Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones wrote what dictionary? Daniel Jones wrote what dictionary? Phonetic dictionary. Daniel Jones wrote phonetic dictionary. Isn't it? Who famously wrote a dictionary of slang? Who famously wrote a dictionary of slang? Many people wrote. The one I know is Eric Partridge. Dictionary of Slang and Unconventional English. Eric Partridge. Okay? If you check out in Wikipedia Indian English, you will see a lot of Indian English dictionaries also. Maybe they will ask. It could be important. Ferdinand de Saussure supported synchronic linguistics or diachronic? Synchronic or diachronic? Synchronic. That's right, synchronic. Who talked about metaphor and metonymy in language? Roman Jakobson, that is right. Roman Jakobson wrote about metaphor and metonymy in language. Metaphor is the vertical axis, the axis of selection. Metonymy is the horizontal axis, the axis of combination. The axis of combination. Did Chinua Achebe use pidgin? Yes. Not Creole. Who talked about a Creole as nation language? Who talked about Creole as nation language? Who talked about Creole as nation language? Edward Kamau Brathwaite. Edward Kamau Brathwaite. All right, very good. Do you know any famous theorist in psycholinguistics? We didn't talk about that. Do you know any famous theorist in psycholinguistics? Psycholinguistics. So many people are there. Jacob Cantor, Kantor is what one person I know. Jacob Kantor, Jacob Cantor. Okay. B.F. Skinner is associated with which theory? Behaviorism or cognitivism? B.F. Skinner. Behaviorism. Okay. Who talked about operand conditioning? B.F. Skinner. Isn't it? Operand conditioning, B.F. Skinner. Right. Before that, who talked about classical conditioning? Pavlov, that's right. Pavlov is right. Right. I think dictionaries are important, Ankita.
Yes.
Dear friends, in our J.A. Cadden's book, there are there's an entry dictionaries. They have asked from that book before. Okay? Remember in the 17th century, beginning of 17th century, the first purely English dictionary was called a table alphabetical. A table alphabetical. And who are the major players in the field of dictionaries? Just tell me, everyone. Major people in dictionary making in English. Fowler's dictionary, Chambers dictionary. A table alphabetical was written by Robert Cawdrey, C-A-W-D-R-E-Y. Robert Cawdrey, C-A-W-D-R-E-Y. Very good. When was the Oxford Dictionary published? Oxford English Dictionary, OED. It began in 1884, but there were in 1884, what was it called? A New English Dictionary on Historical Principles, founded mainly on the materials collected by the Philological Society. Dictionary based on historical principles. 1884, that edition was. After that, many editions came, and 1928 was an important date in history of Oxford Dictionary. When you look up dictionaries and go to Oxford Dictionary, it is given like this. One table is there. Many are there. Right. Today it has, what is it called? It has electronic form. And in dictionary, C.T. Onions is an important figure, right, Ankita?
Yes.
C.T. Onions. Onions. Charles Talbot Onions. Onions. Right. James Murray and Onions joined in the work of Oxford English Dictionary. Okay, he worked in Oxford English Dictionary, various editions. He also wrote Oxford Dictionary of English Etymology. He wrote Oxford Dictionary of English Etymology. Will you remember all that? Are you enjoying this? Chambers Dictionary came in which country? Chambers Dictionary came in which country? 19th century dictionary it is. USA. No, British, isn't it? Fowler's is American. American. Fowler's. Right. Okay. Did you know Chambers Dictionary was closely related to the game Scrabble? Chambers Dictionary developed because of Scrabble. Another famous dictionary maker is Webster, correct. Another famous is, Webster is also American. Collins Dictionary is also very famous. Merriam-Webster it became later. Original Webster's Dictionary then became Merriam-Webster's Dictionary. Fowler's is Thesaurus, famous for Thesaurus. Isn't it? Now, 1828 is Webster's Dictionary originally. 1828. Okay, so much to learn, isn't it? Ankita, did you enjoy this discussion?
Yes, and in the process, I came across something very interesting. So, in the history of Tamil dictionaries, a Tamil English dictionary has a special place, and it was first published by V. Vishwanatha Pillai. And it is probably the first dictionary that was compiled by a Tamil and first published in 1870. It is by V. Vishwanatha Pillai. It is very popular.
Wonderful. Do you know the famous Sanskrit dictionary? Which is the famous Sanskrit dictionary? Amarakosham. Amarakosha is the famous dictionary by Amarasimha. Amarakosha by Amarasimha. There is also Amir Khusro, who compiled a dictionary. Amir Khusro's dictionary is also there. Okay. Right. Right. Now, in the dictionary, will you find the word honorificabilitudinitatibus? Monier Williams he's an Englishman. He didn't compile a Sanskrit dictionary, Sanskrit English dictionary. Honorificabilitudinitatibus. Will you find it? It is the longest word in Shakespeare. Longest word in Shakespeare. But the longest word in English language is something else. Pneumono, ultra, microscopic, silico, volcano, neosis. Oh my God, it is the name of a disease. Just imagine getting that disease. You better die. Because somebody will say, what is your disease? Oh my God. And that too lung disease, huh? Pulmono. Finished. Saying the name itself, your lungs will break down. अरे यार, longest Sanskrit word भी है. It is in Guinness book. I can't read it. My God. What Ankita said is 1870. Vishwanath Pillai's is first Tamil English dictionary. First Tamil English dictionary. But other Hindi, English and all will be there. Right. Okay. Now, along with dictionaries, encyclopedias also they will ask sometimes. Encyclopedias. They will ask. Yeah. Uh, world's biggest encyclopedia that is made by general public. What is it called? Open source encyclopedia? Wikipedia. Do you know when Wikipedia came into being? It was founded by Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger in 2001. Paper one question. Jimmy Wales, and don't you know they ask for money sometimes, Jimmy Wales? Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger in 2001. And since 2003, it has been hosted by Wikimedia Foundation. Wow. It is available in 342 languages. Initially, it was available only in English. It is the biggest endeavor in democratization of knowledge, isn't it? Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger. You want to see them? I got them. Beautiful. Okay. So did you like this discussion? Did you enjoy our marathon? Our paper 2 marathon is coming to an end. From tomorrow onwards, you have paper 1 marathon. I know you must be tired and overloaded and overwhelmed, but this marathon is a serious attempt at democratization of knowledge. So we are ending our paper 2 marathon with Wikipedia, which was founded in 2001 by Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger. Isn't that amazing, Angita?
Benjamin would have been really happy. He really wanted democratization of culture and knowledge. He would have been really happy.
Which
Yes.
Benjamin, by the way? Walter Benjamin. Oh, aura guy. Ha, ha, वही. My God. You are not suffering, Shifa. It is like running a marathon.
Yes.
If you run a marathon, obviously your legs will pain, but you don't call it suffering. It's a great achievement. For years, we have been running this marathon. Ankita, we all unsuspectingly got into BA class and then MA, and then it started like a whole avalanche. It was like a landslide, isn't it?
Yes.
And now we are in the middle of the ocean. Yes, Diana, I don't think you can get such an experience of wow, this much anywhere else. Nobody does like this. Yes, मैंने चुपके से I went and had dinner because I was like, oh, because 4 hours I was there now. It would have been better without extra exam stress, obviously. But how many of you will come and sit here and listen if there was no exam? Bolo, batao. For the sheer love of knowledge, how many of you will come? एग्जाम एक बहाना है. Yeah, no one, not even me. I will also not do it. It was really super fun. I loved it. It was absolutely awesome. So I want to open the mic and let some of you speak. One minute. Please कुछ बात करो हमसे. We have 5 minutes before 10. Your mic is open. 5 minutes of open mic. देखो, everybody got tongue tied. कुछ नहीं बोलोगे? Katti, if you don't speak.
Hello, ma'am.
आ गई
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Rani.
It's really been an enriching experience, ma'am. For these last few days, it's like kids having sugar rush, pouring so much of knowledge into brain, and all the mentors, Ankita ma'am, Setu ma'am, and Aksa ma'am, and definitely you, ma'am. So you all have been good mentors in this journey. We do not know whether we will clear this time or not, but definitely we are motivated. If not this time, definitely the next time. We are introduced into this field this time, but next time we will surely clear. That's the promise that I would like to make to you.
I'm
Yes,
so
hello, ma'am.
gratified. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hi, Pratibha.
Hi, ma'am. I absolutely agree with Rani that I am also this time I have absolutely such a great experience with Wallat. I've enjoyed. I'm learning so much. The codes you say, everything's wonderful. And yes, I agree with Rani that if not this time, next time, I'm also definitely gonna clear this because we have such great teachers. Setu ma'am, Ankita ma'am, you and Laksa, all are wonderful. Really. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you, Pratibha.
Ma'am, I also want to add one point here that by coming here, like I listened so many like positive criticism, like positive things as well, like more positive things and a few negative things. That like I am from North India and you are from like South. So one of my friends says that her teaching is no doubt super, but her pronunciation is not that clear and all. Though she has cleared from you only, but still she says to me. But I have heard many of the positive things, and I just came here and now I
My
can say that
pronunciation is not clear because your pronunciation
yes,
is accented.
yes, ma'am. That's the point. That's the point.
Yeah.
Even though she's cleared from you only, but she says to me this thing, and but I didn't listen to her, and I just came here and joined it, and now, like after studying here for these 6 months, I realized that you have just changed the whole definition of teaching because I have studied from Delhi University, not any of the professors there. I think not even in the top universities we can find this much experience of learning because here we are not learning for the net exam only, but I think for our entire lifetime we are taking these lessons, these things into like our life, our journey. And ma'am, I'm like really falling short of words. Like my mother is also obsessed now. She's watching just your YouTube videos and all, and like I want to, just connected with you by any means. Like I wanted to come here. Now this becomes my dream to come here one day to meet you all. Like really, I'm blessed to have such professors, such teaching in my life. So yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ankita ma'am, Setu ma'am, like Jobin sir, even the staff members are so supportive. Like anytime we call them, we ask something, they're just 24/7. We can say that they are there. So we are truly blessed.
It's a great example of teaching that you all are setting, ma'am. Really wonderful.
Yes.
And
And
I
ma'am,
would
it's
like to
just
add
not
a
for
point here,
saying, but
ma'am.
we really meant it.
Watching your videos at home, we don't get full time to attend classes. So while I'm doing my works in the kitchen, I keep your video playing. And you have become so much like family members now. So all my family members know, they're able to identify, okay, Kalyani ma'am is here now. You're attending Kalyani ma'am's class. And I bought your entire set of books 2 years back itself, ma'am. And I didn't know the treasure hidden in those books. Looking at the number of books, and with my two children and my full-time job and the PhD and everything, I was not able to get into books actually. But now I know, as you're referring to the books and teaching us, now I know what's there in the books.
I was laughing because for the first 10 years of my career, I was like crazy, sleeplessly studying, writing books. God knows for what. Everybody said, "What are you doing? You will kill yourself. Stop doing this." I don't know, something from inside, like a landslide, was coming. I could not stop. Ankita, you can understand, right? You feel the same. I am like, I can't rest. I have to write this book. I have to write that book. And people were laughing. You are writing a book? Who are you to write a book? They were laughing at me for teaching also. You are going to teach on your own. Who will come to you for teaching? How will you run this institute? I said, let me see, I will try. And I was writing. In the beginning, it was not good. There were mistakes, copy paste, this, that. Again, himmat nahi hari. I was again doing, again doing. Oh, after 15 years, finally people began to say, okay, 15 years of hard work. People began to say, okay, there is something in this. But even then, they didn't think I will be successful or anything. They said it won't go on forever. You stop now. Do some work. I didn't stop again. Yo, I required so much patience, such struggle, and I didn't do it because I didn't know where I was going. I was just foolish. I was not like the other teachers on YouTube, etc., just teaching for that moment, making money for that moment. No, I was building the future. My future, your future, without knowing how or why. Oh, it is something like divine inspiration or something. No, don't praise me because I didn't do it myself. Because I was not aware. It was I don't know what, some universe, cosmic force.
Unknowingly, you were paving the way for us, ma'am.
I never knew that whether it will come out well or anything will happen or, oh my God. And every time I was sad or I wanted to stop or I couldn't take it anymore, that divine intervention again happened. From the universe, something will come to take me forward. Might be students or friends or some opportunity or something will come to again put things right. From the beginning, it will start. What an amazing, unbelievable journey it is. I can't imagine. Now 50, 60 people are working here. We have produced hundreds of books. Thousands of people are passing. I can't even believe this. What? When did all this happen? I feel like Rip Van Winkle. I was sleeping or I was in the kueh mein kudi thi or मैं and I am finally coming out and I am seeing all this. All of you are there.
We love you, ma'am. Lots of love for you and the team. We definitely can't aim to become like you, but when we look at your team, we get inspiration. We want to be like them one day.
You're all like them. We are all normal people, ordinary people.
But tremendous memory power you all have, ma'am.
Because of continuous revision. How many times we are teaching all this?
You were meant to guide, inspire so many of us, ma'am. Look how all of us we're like all of us are falling in love with literature again, learning, memorizing everything. It's just wonderful the work you do.
I can
Really.
only say God's grace. God's grace. We are all in this as students. I
Exactly.
don't consider myself or Setu or Aksa or Ankita or any one of us as teachers. We are all studying. Every day in our meetings, what do I tell you, Ankita? You have to learn, we have to improve, we have to do. I mean, we are in a state of becoming.
Yes.
I think that's the beauty of it.
It's also because you're very down to earth, ma'am.
I am realistic. People who are not down to earth and who are thinking the world of themselves are in a fantasy world. Because that is not the truth. Thank you all for trusting me and my team. Thank you all for giving us this opportunity to learn with you. Forever, until my last breath, I will only say this. That is the truth. Thank you all for giving us this opportunity to write and edit. And without all of you who came to us paying fees, who came to us on YouTube, without all of you, we are not there. From day one, it is the community of students who made us. You or some other students. It's a cosmic circle of life. We have made you, you have made us. Thank you. Good night. Sleep well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
God
you so
bless you
much.
all.
Thank you.
Good
We
night,
should
ma'am.
never take it for granted. Always study, always learn.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
What do you say, Ankita?
Yes. Always stay happy about what you have learned. Keep learning. And, learning will never abandon you or hurt you. So we are very grateful to each one of you for, showering us with so much kindness, with so much love, for being so patient with us, right? So thank you so much. And all the very, very best for all the exams you give in future, for all your PhD and everything. Stay healthy, stay hydrated, and have a lovely
Thanks a
exam
lot.
ahead.
I
Thanks
was
a
going to
lot,
say,
ma'am.
whatever you
Thank you,
do,
Angita.
one thing is important, stay hydrated.
Yes, that's very important, right?
Oh my God, let me drink. Oh, thank God I'm hydrated. Good night. I'm ending the session.
Good night, ma'am. Take care.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye,
Good
ma'am.
night, ma'am.